Chapter 812. Unable to destroy the fake figure, Fang Yuan could only make random guesses. He made a few more baseless choices. Top novel, 2+3 WX. Eventually, night fell. He could only watch as Dong Fang Chang Fan, who was chasing after him, gradually faded into nothingness, before completely vanishing, revealing a lump of goo worms inside. Fang Yuan collected this lump of goo worms. There was actually no split shadow immortal goo, there were only some rank 5 goo worms, but they had the dense aura of an immortal goo. I lost him. It will depend on Pai Shuihan now, but there is not much hope. Dongfang Naganori might have escaped. Sigh, as expected of a legendary character, the leader of a super force, he has so many trump cards. The urgent matter now is to return to Jade Pool Blessed Land and plunder it for the last time. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts, he immediately flew back. Along the way, he contacted Fairy Lishan and He Lulan, but was told that they were still chasing after Minuscule Mountain. They asked Fang Yuan for help and a large amount of resources. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma. On one hand, Jade Pool Blessed Land had abundant resources, but as time passed, it would be plundered by the other demonic path Goo immortals. On the other hand, there was Minuscule Mountain. If he could obtain Minuscule Mountain, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Night fell completely, cold air descended, the night sky was filled with dark clouds, the air was oppressive. After a while, strong winds blew, rain poured down, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dongfang Naganori sat cross-legged on the ground, his face was pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The body that he had just possessed had hundreds of injuries, some were so severe that bones could be seen, his flesh and blood were exposed to the air. Dongfang Naganori's aura was weak, he frowned. I did not want to possess this body. To think that such a huge change would occur. As expected, I am going against heaven. I will suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Thankfully, at the last moment, I abandoned Minuscule Mountain. I lured away a portion of the pursuers. He abandoned the immortal Goo split shadow and used a scheme to escape. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori's heart was filled with fear, relief, joy, heaviness, sorrow, and hatred. His emotions were very complicated. It was like a ball of silk threads. The injuries on my body are minor, not fatal. The most important thing now was to get rid of the internal threat in his body. Most of the immortal energy he had accumulated was used for possession. After that, I've been completely exhausted in the fierce battle. The battle of wills is my only choice to defeat these 9 wills. After making up his mind, Dongfang Naganori closed his eyes and fell into a deep trance. In fact, the dire situation did not allow him any other choice. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He was like a long river that had dried up to the point where the bottom of the river could be seen. He was able to shake off his pursuers in this state. Escaping with his life was truly a close shave. At this moment, if he hesitated a little more and did not engage in the battle of wills, he would definitely die. His control over this body would be taken away again. On the contrary, it was better to take advantage of the fact that they still had their foundations and strength to spare. He turned all his remaining energy into an army of wills and started a great battle of wills. A battle of wills was extremely dangerous. It had nothing to do with cultivation level, only the will itself. But Dongfang Naganori had no more energy left, he could only do this. His will rose from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he gathered all the resources he had and formed a huge current. The huge current surged out of his sea of consciousness, like a heavenly river descending from the 9 heavens, it poured down from the top of his head. Along with a surging aura, it charged towards the other wills in every corner of his body. Fight! Let's attack together, this old scoundrel's will is stronger than any of us. We need to work together, only by working together will we have a chance of winning. Dongfang tribe's 8 Goo immortal wills, as well as Dongfang Yuliang's will, rose up and attacked Dongfang Naganori's will. A total of 10 wills mixed together and fought. No matter which side it was, they could only advance. If they took a step back, they would fall into the abyss of failure and die without a burial. Thus, from the start, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were evenly matched, but after a while, Dongfang Naganori's will fell into a disadvantage. When fighting the demons, Dongfang Naganori had only suppressed them forcefully. He did not find out how troublesome these wills were. But now that they fought, he realized that these wills were as tough as steel and as tough as diamonds. All of them had deep hatred towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori, you deceived us, you betrayed us. For your own selfish desires, you killed us to fulfill your own desires. Old schemer, we were wrong about you, we were just your pawns. You want us to die, don't think you will have a good time either. Let's die together, let's die together. It was you harmed us, you harmed the entire Dongfang tribe. Now, Jade Pool blessed land will definitely be plundered by the demons, our thousands of years of effort will be gone. These wills shouted and wailed, converging into a tidal wave, counterattacking from every corner. Dongfang Naganori's will was defeated, and soon, it retreated into his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was Dongfang Naganori's last base. Once it was breached by these wills, even if Dongfang Naganori's soul was intact, he would not be able to reverse the situation, it would be a complete defeat. So powerful, so powerful. These wills are mixed with the will to die, the monstrous hatred of betrayal, and most importantly, affected by the heavenly tribulation, there is a mysterious and indescribable strengthening change. At this moment, Dongfang Naganori felt the deep malice of heaven and earth. He had defied the heavens, reborn from death, and the terrifying backlash made his life hanging by a thread. If he took a step back, he would fall into the abyss of failure. But Dongfang Naganori did not panic in the face of danger. On the contrary, the more dangerous the situation, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. All his life, he had been going against the current, from his own cultivation to the rise of his clan. He had overcome so many difficulties, endured so much pressure, and defeated so many enemies. The enemy this time, even if it is this world, even if my body dies of old age, even if my soul withers, I cannot make my will submit. Dongfang Naganori understood, in a battle of wills, he could not be discouraged, he could not relax, he could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he became even more determined, and his fighting spirit soared. The battle strength of his will rose sharply. This was the indomitable spirit that he had tempered through countless trials and tribulations. The will to fight and resist. It had already fused into his bones. At once, his will counterattacked. They surged down from the sea of consciousness, pushing down the defensive line. Both sides used Dongfang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yuliang's head was the base of Dongfang Naganori's will. Earlier, he was almost forced back to his base by the 9 wills. But now, they were pushing down, the defensive line went from his head to his neck, all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortal's wills became even more furious. They formed a defense that was like a tortoise shell, firmly occupying his chest and not moving. The battle of wills fell into a deadlock. 8 Gu Immortal wills surrounded Dongfang Yuliang's will, they were like 8 thick shields, protecting him. Dongfang Yuliang's total will was rising steadily. All 10 wills. Only Dongfang Naganori's and Dongfang Yuliang's wills could continue to recover. This was because the former possessed the body, his soul resided in the body and occupied the sea of consciousness. He could continuously replenish his wills. The latter was the original owner of this body, it was most compatible with the body. The entire body was Dongfang Yuliang's nest, as long as the body did not die. The will would slowly recover. In this dangerous battle of wills, victory or defeat depended on the wills of Dongfang Naganori and Dongfang Yuliang. In comparison, the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and solid. But they had no source, they had no source. They could see the key to victory or defeat, they chose to sacrifice themselves to protect Dongfang Naganori's will, allowing him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left my heavy injuries untreated. I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yuliang's will's recovery. But if this continues, my will continue to fall, while Dongfang Yuliang's will is recovering. Thinking of this, Dongfang Naganori became even calmer. He was even more indifferent. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. Right now, he could only fight to the death, using his will to infect the wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the most vicious among the vicious, the most dangerous among the dangerous. But there is no other way, then come. Dongfang Naganori shouted in his mind. All of his wills that were gathered together suddenly dispersed, turning into a river that swept over and devoured the other 9 wills, wrapping them tightly. Their wills swayed, their fighting spirit surged, everyone's persistence collided at this moment. The hatred of killing him is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortal's wills shouted. My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands. Dongfang Yuliang's anger soared to the sky. Dongfang Naganori's will, however, was as calm as ice. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe to rise again. Do you think I do not feel heartache? Do you still remember the story in the legends of Renzu? In order to walk out of the abyss of normalcy, Renzu could even abandon his own daughter. How could he abandon her? It is clearly self-Gu causing trouble. Dongfang Yuliang's will retorted. Dongfang Naganori sneered. Whose self-Gu is that? That is Renzu's self-Gu. That is Renzu's deepest thought. To escape from normalcy, he can abandon his wife and children, not to mention a mere tribe. Dirty and despicable person, everything he sees is dirty and despicable. The Gu Immortal's wills shouted together. Enough. Without me, Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe would have perished or been annexed long ago. How could you be where you are today? How could you be Dongfang tribe that has regained its glory? I guided you and taught you, that is why you are where you are now. I planted the tree, this is my grand achievement, but you. You are just hiding under the tree, eating the fruit of my achievement. These words were like rumbling thunder, dispersing the 9 wills that were tangled together. The Gu Immortal's will seemed to have fallen into a huge wave. They could only go with the flow. The scenes of his life flashed in Dongfang Naganori's mind like a rewind. In Jade Pool Blessed Land, he fought intensely with the group of demons, the scene of the perilous battle. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, he resisted stubbornly, wanting to possess them. At the moment of death, he harbored an unquenchable ambition. The sky in his vision gradually turned dark, deducing the location of Immortal Gu for the righteous path Gu Immortals, forming an alliance agreement. Chapter 8:13. Dongfang Naganori's memories continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity faded. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu Immortal bowed in the air. Thank you First Supreme Elder for your help. He stroked his beard. You advancing to Gu Immortal is what I wanted to see the most. My Dongfang tribe has grown stronger again. After the duel failed, the righteous path Gu Immortal sighed. Sigh, Dongfang tribe is unstoppable. Fighting 1 against 5, he really did it. This wisdom path killer move will definitely be famous in Northern Plains from now on. What move is this? Starlight shone brightly around him. He stood proudly in the sky and smiled. This move is called Hataru. Oh. You killed my Crane Gate's disciple, but you still want to cooperate with my Crane Gate? In this world, there are only eternal benefits, there are no eternal enemies or friends. I have already sensed some of your central continent's arrangements in Northern Plains. My Dongfang tribe is being oppressed by the righteous path. How can I, a single Gu Immortal, make a comeback? My grand wish is to develop my tribe and revive our glory. You can feel my sincerity. He spoke calmly. You are just a poor Gu Immortal. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with my Crane Gate? I have a Gu Immortal lifespan extension method. It is called Possession. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal. What? Are you speaking the truth? 88. Jinyang Tower, true inheritance secluded domain. He spat out blood, escaping in a sorry state from the net of life and death formed by the true inheritance meteors. But no matter how much effort he put in, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. Forget it. I can't force it, I can only choose you. When he was young. Spare me. That opponent who gave him a humiliating memory. He knelt on the ground, crying and begging. You shouldn't have done this. He shook his head, sighing. I was blind, I was too daring, spare my life, young Master Dongfang. The opponent lay on the ground, begging bitterly. If your attitude is unyielding and you don't bat an eyelid in the face of death, I will definitely spare your dog life. But now. He suddenly exploded with a shout and ruthlessly attacked. His head flew up and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. He died with everlasting regret. He pulled himself away and said, I'm so disappointed. How could I have lost to someone like you? There was also that fortuitous encounter. Young man, what's your name? The old beggar smiled gently. His purple hair was messy like wormwood. Dongfang Naganori, he said. Chong Fan, this name doesn't really suit you. The purple-haired old beggar's eyes were deep and serene. It reflected his own shadow. He stared at himself for a moment and suddenly said, You are a good child. I will pass the most important inheritance in my hands to you. I believe that if nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure you'll carry it forward. The Dongfang clan, the Meng clan, and the Gong clan, the 3 super forces, joined forces for the Grand Martial Arts competition. He knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. The opponent laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Guangyao, you want to bring glory to your family? Your Dongfang tribe. You are just an empty shell. Only an old Gu immortal who is about to die. In a few years, your Dongfang tribe will leave the ranks of the super forces of Northern Plains. This is also good. We are both of Giant Sun's bloodline, I really feel ashamed for you. You. He stared angrily and struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, the opponent slowly walked in front of him and stepped on his head on the stage. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Guangyao, according to our duel, you have to promise me one thing. Your name is too hateful, you are completely unworthy of it. I want you to change your name. For the rest of your life, you have to use this name. Let's call you Dongfang Naganori. He, this is more suitable for you. The opponent moved and mocked. He clenched his fists, his eyes were red and the anger in his body was about to burst his blood vessels. But he had the will but not the strength. All right, from today onwards, I will change my name to Dongfang Naganori. He squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, be obedient. Everyone, did you hear that? From today onwards, you will be called Dongfang Naganori. The opponent let go of his head and left. He was sprawled on the stage, his injuries were severe and he could not move. But he was roaring in his heart, Even if I change my name to Dongfang Naganori, I want to become extraordinary, to dominate the world and control the people. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my, Dongfang Naganori's, great ambition, heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were trapped together, at this moment, experienced Dongfang Naganori's entire life's experience. At this moment, they understood Dongfang Naganori, they also understood the sorrow and pain in the depths of his heart due to the death of his tribesmen and the destruction of Jade Pool blessed land. This man, Dongfang Naganori. Even if he is my enemy, I still have to praise him. Fine, losing to such a person is not an insult to me. The Dongfang tribe, perhaps in your hands, will rise again. Master, the 9 wills were defeated, surrendered, and dissipated. Even if there was resistance, they were immediately drowned by Dongfang Naganori's torrent of wills. My name is Dongfang Naganori, but I am not willing to be ordinary in this life. If a big tree falls, I can plant another one. Go ahead. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my, Dongfang Naganori's, great ambition, heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The voice of this will was like the rumbling of thunder in the outside world. Under such a will, the 9 wills collapsed, no longer able to resist, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. The battle of wills was thrilling, but in the end, he won. Dongfang Naganori slowly opened his eyes flashing with a myriad of colors. His eyes opened wide, he found that at some point in time, a black-robed Gu Immortal was standing in front of him. A black-robed Gu Immortal was standing there. It was Fang Yuan. How did you find out? Dongfang Naganori quickly calmed down. He looked weak and tired, but he was calm and collected. It was as if he had some powerful trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled, I guessed. I chased after your clone, but I failed. I was about to leave. Suddenly, I had a thought, there was something fishy about you killing Wuxia Xianxia earlier. After checking the traces, I found that you were not far away, digging an underground cave and hiding here. This was all luck. This is not luck. Dongfang Naganori shook his head, your immortal killer move can create 30 clones, but it did not stall you for long. I purposely left Wuxia Xianxia's corpse untouched, and let go of his immortal goo. The traces were obvious, but you did not chase after them. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. This underground cave's upper level is an ordinary pink flower rabbit nest, but it did not fool you. Your intelligence is far more terrifying than your strength. Strange, why did you not cultivate wisdom path, but strength path instead? Fang Yuan's lips twitched, is this considered a dying man's words being kind? Dongfang Naganori shook his head again. He smiled, it is a pity, you were too late. If you were earlier, just a few breaths of time. I was in a battle of wills, it was extremely dangerous, I could not care about anything else. I could not resist at all. But now. Dongfang Naganori dragged out his words, but his expression showed intense confidence. As expected of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan saw this and praised him. He could not help but praise him. His tone was calm, there was no killing intent in it. As if he had met a good friend, his tone became warmer, man proposes, God disposes, if this method fails, I will retreat immediately, I will avoid you in the future. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. It was a young girl. Her skin was smooth, her eyes were clear like autumn water, she wore a light yellow dress, she was graceful and gentle. This was Dongfang Qingyu. When Fang Yuan used the Strength Path giant hand to capture the Dongfang tribesman, he accidentally found her and secretly stuffed her into his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed. In an instant, even this physical body reacted. The will that was about to dissipate in his body suddenly became extremely strong, it flew into the sky and instantly seized control. Sister! He shouted. But in just a breath of time, Dongfang Yuliang's will was suppressed again. Dongfang Naganori regained control, his eyes spewed fire as he looked at Fang Yuan with shock and anger. Fang Yuan laughed, he had a plan, Dongfang Yuliang, your sister is in my hands, watch carefully. Saying so, he stretched out his zombie claw and grabbed the girl's left shoulder, ripping it. Crack! Dongfang Qingyu's body shook, she was stunned before letting out a sharp scream of pain. Her entire left arm was torn off, blood was spewing out from the huge wound. Dongfang Naganori's pupils shrunk to pin size, he shouted, damn it, before he finished speaking, he lost control again, it was Dongfang Yuliang's turn. Sister! I will kill you, you dared to injure her, you actually dared to injure her. Dongfang Yuliang screamed intensely, he fell into madness, tears were flowing out of his eyes. Good girl, just like this. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, sending out a strength path giant hand. The giant hand was about to grab Dongfang Yuliang, but at this moment, a light pillar appeared from his body. The light pillar blocked the strength path giant hand. Dongfang Naganori shouted in fear and anger, a Grand Gu Immortal actually attacked a mortal, so despicable. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, his monstrous claw landed. With a muffled sound, he directly pressed Dongfang Qing Yu's head into her chest. Sister! Dongfang Yuliang screamed with all his might, he had suffered the most cruel blow in his life. Dongfang Naganori lost control, the defensive light pillar dissipated. Boom! Fang Yuan squeezed with his large hand, turning Dongfang Yuliang's body into meat paste. Dongfang Naganori's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle, his soul was extremely weak, how could he escape? Fang Yuan easily captured him. He had obtained the inheritance of the current number 1 wisdom immortal in Northern Plains. An intense fluctuation erupted. Once a Gu immortal dies, their immortal aperture will land on the ground, turning into an ownerless blessed land. Fang Yuan had expected this, he used his methods to conceal this fluctuation. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form, he did not forcefully enter. When the blessed land completely landed, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, he looked at it deeply before turning around and leaving. Chapter 814. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 18. Renzu stepped on his own path of life, he left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He wandered around the bottom of the abyss, moving forward in a daze. After a long time, he wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss, but he could not find a way out. Amidst his frustration, Cognition Gu guided him, O human, if you follow the footprints of other existences, it will be easy and safe, but if you want to be extraordinary, if you want to walk out of ordinary abyss, the chances of you following other people's path are not high. Since you walked on your own path of life, you have to face all the difficulties yourself, you have to innovate, you have to leave your own footprints. After Renzu received the guidance, he realized at once, he was overjoyed, he followed Cognition Gu's advice. He left the original footprints on the ground, and started to step on the ground that was not hard. The underground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were muddy swamps, it was easy to sink into the mud, and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were covered with thorns and thorns. Renzu's body was full of scars from the thorns. There were also places where edge Gu were buried. When Renzu stepped on them, his soles were cut by the sharp edges, the wounds were wide and blood flowed out, he felt pain in his heart when he walked. The pain in the soles of his feet made Renzu decide to walk lightly. But as he walked, Renzu got lost in ordinary abyss. Most of the time, he would repeat his previous path, making futile efforts. Renzu gradually realized this problem, it was very troublesome. How could he not get lost in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, Renzu, if you do not want to get lost, you can do it yourself. You are afraid of pain. If you walk lightly, your footprints on the ground will be too light and shallow. Ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss. Lifting the mortal soil, dust falls down. It is very easy to cover up your footprints. If you do not want to get lost, you need to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I mean? Renzu nodded, he understood. Thus, he started to walk heavily, every step he took was on the ground, he left deep footprints on the ground. This way, every step he took, he would leave a deep mark on the ground, it was very clear. Renzu only needed to see these footprints. He understood that he had already explored these paths, and there was no exit from the ordinary abyss. But good things don't last long. After a long time, even the deepest footprints would be gradually buried by the wind and dust. Renzu was extremely troubled by this. He asked Cognition Gu for help. Cognition Gu suggested again, "O human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and sharp blades. Every time you come across these places, you have to walk around them. That would not do. You can't expect to be extraordinary and comfortable at the same time." Renzu received a revelation. Gritting his teeth, he purposely walked on the path filled with thorns and sharp blades. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground. Regardless of the pain, regardless of the depth of the wound. His sweat and blood, along the soles of his feet. It was trampled deep into the ordinary soil. When he lifted his foot and walked forward, a small blade of grass sprouted from the footprint he left behind. The name of grass. It was called achievement. In every footprint, a blade of grass grew. The stalks of grass could not be blown down by the wind or buried by the dust. They grew tenaciously and could be preserved much longer than the footprints. This way, I do not have to be afraid of getting lost. Renzu was very happy. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he walked on the path filled with blades and thorns, not fearing blood and sweat. He walked further and further. He no longer got lost. He did not wander around the same path. He stepped into places that he had never been to before. The grass that he used his sweat and blood to plant also grew lusher and taller. Gradually, what grew from the footprints were no longer grass of achievement, but small trees of achievement. As time passed, the small tree gradually grew into a large tree. Its leaves were lush and verdant, and it even bore fruits. Renzu was tired from walking. He lay under the shade of the tree and rested, plucking the sweet and juicy fruits to fill his stomach. As time passed, he walked to almost every corner of Ordinary Abyss. The places that he walked on formed a huge forest. Renzu looked at the forest behind him and felt blissful and joyful. But when the forest covered the whole of Ordinary Abyss, Renzu still could not find a way out. He was anxious and disappointed. He plucked a fruit and placed it in his mouth. The fruit was no longer sweet and delicious, it was bitter and hard to swallow. Renzu felt strange. He searched for the reason and soon found out. Unknowingly, his body had grown a second heart. This heart was called unwillingness. As the name implied, no matter what it tasted, it would not taste sweet. Renzu ate the bitter fruit and looked at the endless forest. He could no longer feel happiness or happiness. At this time, his other heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke. Self-Gu, "O human, I have thought of a way to get out of Ordinary Abyss for you. You can plant a tall and grand achievement tree. As long as this tree is taller than Ordinary Abyss, you will be able to climb up the branches and leave this place." Renzu thought about it and his eyes shined. That's right, this is a good idea. But soon, he felt troubled. How can I plant a tree that is so grand that it is taller than Ordinary Abyss? Self-Gu, use the blood of your feet to plant this forest. These are all ordinary trees. Use the blood of your heart. You should be able to plant a grand tree. There are many blades buried in Ordinary Abyss. You can stab these blades into your heart and drip your heart blood to water the tree. Renzu tried using Self-Gu's method. The blades stabbed into his heart. He felt intense pain. This pain was 1,000 times worse than the injuries on his body. However, the tree that was watered was tall and huge. It was much bigger than the original tree. Renzu was in pain but also happy. He continued to stab more blades into his heart, dripping more heart blood. The more blades he stabbed in, the more heart blood he used, the taller the tree became. But even the tallest tree was only half the height of Ordinary Abyss. Renzu continued to persevere. Hope-Gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree that he had planted, when it was almost the same height as Ordinary Abyss, the trunk of the tree split open. From inside, a daughter jumped out. "Father, father." The daughter jumped into Renzu's arms. She was very loving. This was Renzu's fourth daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu was very happy. He hugged his daughter and played with her. When boundless forest Samsara was hungry, she plucked the fruits and fed them to her. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless forest Samsara liked to eat fruits, she was white and plump. She played in the forest every day, she was very happy. Renzu still wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss. Boundless forest Samsara persuaded him, "Father, why do you have to work so hard? It is so good to stay here, there is a tree to block us from the sun, there are sweet and juicy fruits to fill our stomachs, we can play here until we grow old, it will be very peaceful." Renzu shook his head, he had a firm attitude. He planted an even greater tree, the branches of the tree extended out of ordinary abyss. Boundless forest Samsara sobbed, she pulled Renzu's hand. She begged, "Father, don't abandon me. I don't know how to climb trees, if you leave, I will stay here alone. I don't know how to plant trees. The fruits are limited, I will starve to death one day." Renzu said, "Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter, I will carry you. We will climb together." Thus, the father and daughter started to climb the tree. The higher they climbed, the more tired Renzu became. Boundless forest Samsara was a heavy burden. Even without her, it was very dangerous for Renzu to climb the tree. Moreover, he had to bring someone who did not know how to climb trees. Even more troublesome was that the tree was creaking, it was shaking. Cognition Gu warned Renzu, "Oh no, human, you are carrying your daughter, it is natural for you to climb out of ordinary abyss. This is your achievement tree, it is hard for others to escape from ordinary. Even your daughter is no exception." Renzu shook his head, "I don't want to give up." Hope Gu also urged, "Put her down, otherwise, you will not be able to climb out. Even though you have a lonely heart, you are unwilling to give up, after planting so many trees, your heart blood has already dried up. This is your final hope. But look, the tree below you is about to fall." Renzu waved his hand, "I still want to try." Self-Gu saw that Renzu was stubborn, while the other Gu worms failed to persuade him, it flew out. "Ah, I am so anxious." Self-Gu did not discuss with Renzu, it bit Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara screamed in pain, she was furious, she stretched out her hand and wanted to slap Self-Gu. But this way, she let go of her hand, because of the intense shaking of the tree, she fell from Renzu's back, she stumbled along the way, with the help of countless branches and leaves, she landed on her butt, she grimaced in pain as she cried out. "Daughter!" Renzu shouted, he wanted to go down. "It is too late, the tree is about to fall." Self-Gu pushed Renzu's back, he subconsciously took a huge step forward, walking out of ordinary abyss. The tree fell down. Renzu was sprawled on the edge of the cliff, he had lost his way back, he shouted helplessly, "Daughter, I will definitely come back to save you." Boundless Forest Samsara cried, she was very sad and helpless, "Father, how can you be so cruel to leave me behind, leaving me to live here alone? I am so scared." Renzu heard her cries and felt his heart break, he quickly walked around ordinary abyss but could not find a way in. "It is useless." Self-Gu said, "Your achievement tree, even if it falls, it proves your greatness. A great person is not ordinary. How can an extraordinary person enter ordinary abyss? Who immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace." Fang Yuan closed the legends of Renzu as he sighed, he had a complex expression. Water flows to the bottom, humans walk to the top. It was human nature to be unwilling to be ordinary. Dongfang Naganori was like that, Fang Yuan was like that too. From this perspective, you and I are the same type of person. Fang Yuan said plainly. In front of him, Dongfang Naganori's soul was restrained, he was smiling coldly as he spoke, because he had lost his soul, he could not speak, but his soul strength fluctuations were captured by Fang Yuan. He heard this number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains say, "If you want a soul search, come. But if you want my inheritance, you are too naive." Chapter 8:15. Oh. You are so confident. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's soul was already a captive in his hands, he could not live or die, but he still had such confidence. Fang Yuan did not care, he used soul-searching methods. At once, Danghun Palace turned dark, eerie winds blew, ghostly cries could be heard endlessly. In the strange and gloomy whirlwind, Fang Yuan revealed his true form, a towering immortal zombie body, his skin was green-black in color. He had a sinister expression, fangs were protruding, his eyes were blood-red, his 8 arms were stretched out, his monstrous claws were huge and sharp, one of them slowly reached towards Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance and could not help but waver, but he soon calmed down and allowed Fang Yuan's monstrous claws to grab him. The soul itself was not a solid body, but Fang Yuan's claw firmly restrained Dongfang Naganori's soul, making it unable to move. Next, he activated the goo worms in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A formless force came out of the monstrous claws and directly entered Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul immediately trembled, waves of pain assaulted him. After a while, the soul search ended, Fang Yuan retracted his monstrous claws and let go of Dongfang Naganori's soul. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information, but he frowned slightly. It turned out that although he obtained a lot of information from this soul search, they were all unimportant things. Dongfang Naganori's soul was dim and loose, it was no longer as solid and bright as before. But it revealed a pleased expression, it fluctuated again and transmitted information. Fang Yuan heard it. Dongfang Naganori's soul chuckled, do you understand now? Although I am a wisdom path goo immortal, soul path and wisdom path are closely related. I have also dabbled in soul path and modified my immortal soul. Right now, your soul-searching technique is merely a mortal technique. Even if you have a soul path immortal goo to deal with me, I can conceal it and prevent you from getting what you want. After a short pause, Dongfang Naganori continued, now, I'm gone, and my soul can't be nourished. The more times you search my soul, the more my soul will be damaged. I have rich experience, deliberately cover up. Before my soul is exhausted to the limit and completely dissipates, you won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance or my possession technique. Then, he changed the topic, but we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession techniques, and other knowledge. You helped me rebirth and found a body for me. Don't worry, he only needs a mortal goo master. Since I've lost to you, I admit defeat. We can definitely make a contract. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you, even if you don't believe me, you should believe Mountain Pledge Goo, right? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as expected of Dongfang Changfan, at this stage. At this stage, you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. Unfortunately, I have a method to strengthen my soul. I can search your soul slowly. One day, I will get what I want. Soul strengthening method? He. Dongfang Naganori's soul laughed. Looks like you don't understand the soul Dao too well. In order to possess, I specially modified my soul. Although it increased the success rate of the possession, it also caused ordinary methods to be unable to nourish and heal the soul, unless I use immortal healing methods. I'm not lying. Feel free to test my soul. Oh. It's like this. Fang Yuan stopped smiling and took out air sac goo. In Dongfang Naganori's estimation, since Fang Yuan's soul-searching method was only mortal, his soul-healing method should also be ordinary. When he saw Fang Yuan take out a mortal goo, he was even more certain of his deduction. But soon, Fang Yuan crushed the air sac goo along with the guts goo stored inside. Dongfang Naganori's soul was immediately nourished and regained its luster. What goo worm is this? It is only a mortal goo, but it can heal my soul? At once, Dongfang Naganori's soul fluctuated intensely, showing an unconcealable shock. Fang Yuan saw this and relaxed, smiling as he said, "Guess." Dongfang Naganori was not an ordinary person after all, even though only his soul was left, his intelligence could not be concealed. His soul was silent, but soon fluctuated again. "There is only one mortal item that can affect my immortal soul, that is Dang Hun Mountain's guts goo. What you crushed earlier should be air sac goo, you bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies." Smart. But you are only half right, air sac goo is my creation, and guts goo is my business. What? It's you. Dongfang Naganori's soul cried out involuntarily, the cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to him. His soul no longer fluctuated, falling into a deathly silence. Dongfang Naganori was filled with despair, he knew he was finished. He could have fallen into anyone's hands, but he had to fall into the hands of a person like Fang Yuan. He was meat on the chopping block, Fang Yuan could kill and slaughter him whenever he wanted. And even if Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted, he could not change the overall situation. After using guts goo to repair Dongfang Naganori's soul, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Although Dongfang Naganori resisted with all his might, the information Fang Yuan obtained was mostly worthless. But no matter how strong his resistance was, he could not resist soul searching so many times. The valuable things were eventually looted by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending half a day, Fang Yuan's soul search came to an end. He pieced together the valuable information, forming a detailed report on the resources of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It turns out that Jade Pool Blessed Land has 3 great goo worm rearing grounds. Regretful Spider is only the second, the largest is the large cave toad. It has 3 times the number of regretful spiders. There are many rank 5 large cave toad goo, but Dongfang tribe purposely did not take them away. Are they trying to nurture an immortal level large cave toad goo? They are really ambitious. At the easternmost area of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a deep pool. It does not look amazing, but it leads deep underground. There is a desolate beast horse living inside. It is a rare 10,000 Li Ji horse. This horse has great vitality and is very useful. Not only is its flesh, blood, and fur a goo refinement immortal material, if it is raised underground and lives for a long time, its sweat will cause a Ji forest to grow. A 10,000 Li Ji horse. This means there are countless Ji forests. Oh. There is actually such a salt field. Amazing, using the ancient desolate beast mortal life jellyfish to guard it. The salt will condense and form a huge salt field. It can obtain the immortal material blue profound salt. A salt field that produces blue profound salt, this is really a huge investment. Jade Pool Blessed Land also has weather changes. After 3 days of daylight, there is a day of night. When night falls, in Jade Pool Blessed Land, cracks will appear on the surface, revealing 2 deep pools. One is the Jade Pool, although it is not big, it is filled with the immortal material desolate jade. The other is the Tooth Pool, the walls and bottom of the pool are made from the teeth of an immemorial desolate beast Qilin. Moonlight shines down. It will form a crescent moon not in the water. This immortal material looks like a tooth but is soft like water, moonlight shines on its surface, it is extremely precious. Other than that, there is the ancient desolate beast flying frost antelope, the hidden dragon beard buried underground, the immortal material wind howling copper in the copper pool. Dongfang Naganori was Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, he knew the distribution of resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was very clear about it. Fang Yuan looked through the information and was greatly moved, he almost could not resist going to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder it. However, he suppressed this impulse. That night in Northern Plains, he killed Dongfang Naganori. After capturing his soul, he turned around and went to Jade Pool Blessed Land, wanting to plunder it again. But he found that there was a huge battle going on. There were intense battles everywhere. There were dozens of righteous and demonic path goo immortals. They were plundering and slaughtering in a frenzy. The scene was very intense. Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence, he had to conceal himself, he was alone. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had gone to minuscule mountain, he even attracted Kanyang Laojuan's suspicions, he wisely chose to retreat. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Right now, Jade Pool Blessed Land is like a delicious piece of meat, Gu immortals are getting excited and gathering there. Forget it, even though I have rank 7 battle strength, my movement and defense pales in comparison, my situation is not good. This Dongfang Naganori is still scheming against me. He purposely exposed this information to me so that I can go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and get involved in this mess. Fang Yuan's current situation was terrible, he looked safe on the surface, but danger lurked everywhere. He was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he was the main culprit and was currently being investigated by various forces. Sha Huang was one of his fake identities, but after the auction, he was exposed. Dragon Commander Yi Cha suffered a loss at the hands of Feng Jioga's group, he also started to investigate Sha Huang, this caused Fang Yuan to not dare to go to Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's search for the Wisdom Path inheritance also exposed a lot of things, he left behind a lot of evidence for the enemies to deduce. However, this risk is necessary. If I sit here and wait, I will be exposed sooner or later. I can only resist and make use of every second to strengthen myself, that is the correct way to deal with this. This time, I actually obtained a complete Wisdom Path inheritance. Ever since I connected luck, my luck has been good, I have grasped the opportunity. After I obtain this Wisdom Path inheritance, I should be able to deal with Wisdom Path deductions. That way, I can make arrangements and delay the time of being exposed, I can continue to hide. Fang Yuan resisted the temptation of Jade Pool Blessed Land and rested for a while. Soul searching would cause damage to the target, he needed healing. It would also cause his soul to become restless, this was not something that Guts Gu could heal, he needed to rest and sleep to stabilize his soul. After resting, Fang Yuan's soul searched again. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was still here and was not lured to Jade Pool Blessed Land, he felt even colder. Fang Yuan's soul searched for a long time this time. Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted even more intensely, Fang Yuan's soul searching was only a mortal method, it was much more difficult. But Fang Yuan was very patient, if one time did not work, he would do it 10 times, 100 times. After a long time of soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's memories of modifying the immemorial ruined bat's corpse. Not only did he know the enslavement path method to control phantom beasts, he even obtained the secret of turning the Gu formation into a phantom. Regardless of which, they were both extremely valuable. Chapter 8:16. The joy on Fang Yuan's face was completely revealed, he did not conceal it. The phantom Gu formation is something that Dongfang Naganori deduced based on some ancient documents. His phantom path attainment level should be master level. To be able to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain fortress, his space path attainment level should also be master level. He is truly not simple. Fang Yuan was especially interested in how to control the phantom beast army. Several desolate level phantom beasts, even though they were rank 6, could use their phantom transformation ability to stall rank 7 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan could not help but think, if he had such a large army, his battle strength would definitely rise by a lot. After thinking about it, he found that the method to control the phantom beast army was not very useful. The most important condition was to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. After that, he could use the corpse mountain as his base and use the immemorial ruined bat's identity to control this phantom beast army. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, this Dongfang Naganori still wants to harm me. He knows that I can pull a mountain, he wants to use the ruined bat corpse mountain to lure me to take the risk. Ever since the ruined bat corpse mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the aura that deterred all beasts also dissipated, that place has already become a feast for many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to feast on the ruined bat corpse. If I go to pull a mountain, I will be snatching food from these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, I will not do it with wisdom. Fang Yuan rested for a while before soul-searching Dongfang Naganori for the third time. Dongfang Naganori was filled with anger and hatred towards Fang Yuan. It was this person in front of him who made all of his plans go up in smoke, all of his plans to rule over the world disappeared, all of his hard work went up in smoke. It was like a dream. Even though he had great foresight and countless schemes, he had fallen to this point. He had nothing to rely on. The gap between the two was too huge, these two schemes were very crude, they were used to make use of human greed to lure the enemy into making mistakes. This was completely different from Dongfang Naganori's schemes when he was alive. But Dongfang Naganori was only left with his soul, it was understandable that he had fallen short. Fang Yuan didn't fall for it. After a good rest, the third soul search began. Finally, he found what he wanted the most, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. What surprised Fang Yuan was that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was actually related to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Of course, it was not an inheritance left by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was the Venerable Immortal himself who stayed behind, Dongfang Naganori would not end up like this. It turned out that this inheritance was left behind by a rank 8 star path Gu Immortal of the ancient Central Continent's Celestial Court. He was skilled in exploring secrets. After obtaining some of star constellation Immortal Venerable's secrets, he analyzed her abilities and imitated them. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but he cultivated wisdom path. Thus, the foundation of this wisdom path inheritance was star thought Gu, from star to wisdom. It was very close to the star Dao. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Fang Yuan understood, the greater the surprise in his heart. He felt that this adventure was worth it. It turned out that this wisdom path inheritance did not have any other strong points, but it was best at deducing and deducing. Dongfang Naganori relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, controlling the phantom beast army and other methods. This wisdom path inheritance is really comprehensive, I even have an urge to change to wisdom path. Fang Yuan sighed. This gain. It was too abundant. A complete inheritance, no matter what path it was. It would involve offense, defense, healing, movement, reconnaissance, and other aspects. They might not be too outstanding in these aspects, but they had no shortcomings. They would not be easily countered by others. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, the strength path he cultivated was either pieced together or modified by himself, it was not an inheritance of a predecessor. The true value of this inheritance was the same as the blood path true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had the foundation to rise up because of the blood path true inheritance. The value of this wisdom path inheritance could be imagined. And because Blood Sea Ancestor was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and had 7 inheritances, the value of this inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was even higher. It is a pity that I obtained this inheritance at the wrong time, it was a bit late. I have already walked on the path of strength path, even though I still have the first aperture, I have become an immortal zombie and my aperture is dead, I cannot cultivate anymore. But Fang Yuan thought again. If he had really cultivated this wisdom path inheritance in advance, he might not have been able to create the immortal killer move Miri itself. If he included the immortal killer move Miri itself, his strength path prospects would no doubt surpass the future brought by this wisdom path inheritance. And because I have strength path battle strength, I can kill Dongfang Naganori and seize this wisdom path inheritance. Without cause, how can there be consequences? Fang Yuan shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his heart. This wisdom path inheritance came at the right time. It could even be said that it was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Why did he say that? There was only one reason, that was, rank 9 Wisdom Gu. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Wisdom Gu was hidden. Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, he had unlimited inspiration, deducing many immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves and so on. But this had a huge disadvantage: the thoughts in his mind were expended too quickly. Back when he had delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he had to expend precious green grape immortal essence in exchange for a huge amount of joyful will to sustain his expenditure. After the auction, delight in water and mountain immortal goo was sold. Although he made a profit, malicious thought goo and memory thought goo could not withstand the intense expenditure. Even if Fang Yuan specially built a stone nest and raised large numbers of hairy men, refining goo almost without rest, accumulating them at the fastest speed, he could not make up for one expenditure. This was the biggest obstacle that restricted Fang Yuan's deductions. But now, with this wisdom path inheritance, Fang Yuan could use a lower price and higher efficiency to deduce all sorts of things. Land Spirit, where are you? Fang Yuan lightly stomped his feet. Master, I am here. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a whoosh. Her little face was rosy and tender, her snow-white furry fox tail was wagging happily after being summoned by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pondered, immediately stopped the refinement of malicious thought goo in the second stone nest and refined star thought goo. This is the goo recipe, go arrange it. Understood, Master. Have you arranged all the resources I brought? Fang Yuan asked. Once he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he took out all the resources in his immortal aperture and arranged them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The specific work was done by Little Hu Immortal. This was because his immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was fine to store them temporarily, but if they were left there for a long time, the death energy would infect them, causing the value of most of the resources to plummet. I have arranged everything, Master. The air bubble fish group is at the east side of the Blessed Land, gathering with the previous air bubble fish. The number of the fish group has increased sharply. The starlight firefly goo is on top of the fish group. In the following period of time, the production will definitely increase. As for the millions of dragonfish group, they are temporarily placed in other small lakes. After some time, we will send rockmen to dig a large lake and let the dragonfish group gather together. This way they can reproduce even more small fish. Literature carps, I dug a small pond and stored them secretly. Other than the dead eerie fire dragon pythons, there are still over 1,000 of them. They have already merged with the few that we originally had, occupying a large area in the southwest of the Blessed Land. Oh, there are also oil, water and some other common resources. They are temporarily placed in Dang Hun Palace's storage room. The regretful spiders are placed at the north side of the Blessed Land. The terrain there is long and narrow. I spent a lot of effort to place them there. Little Hu Immortal raised her head and had an expression of eagerness, wanting to take credit. Fang Yuan smiled, quickly praising, yes, our Little Hu Immortal is the most capable. Little Hu Immortal got praised, her round eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled, her snow-white tail wagging rapidly. For a moment, he got carried away and lightly jumped towards Fang Yuan's leg, hugging Fang Yuan's thick calf. She used her smooth and tender face to lean against Fang Yuan's calf, before raising her head and looking at Fang Yuan with her watery eyes. Her face was flushed with excitement as she said in adoration, Master, you are so amazing, you brought so many good things this time. We can earn a lot. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has never been so rich before. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He stretched out his monstrous arm and picked up Little Hu Immortal like a kitten, placing her on his broad shoulder. Don't worry, good days are yet to come. Little Hu Immortal nodded like pounding garlic. She was very confident in Fang Yuan's abilities, but she reminded with some worry, Master, I have to report to you, the desolate beast shark fin wolf you brought back this time is not very good. It is always hiding in the pool and does not take the initiative to hunt, sometimes it even cries. Fang Yuan grunted, not taking it to heart. It's fine, this is because it suffered a huge blow. I have experience in feeding wolves. It will gradually recover after some time. Master, there is one more thing I have to remind you. Don't forget, an earthly calamity is about to descend on our home. Little Hu Immortal said. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't worry, I will always remember. How could I dare to forget such a thing? The time-flow ratio between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and the outside world was 1 to 5. An earthly calamity occurred once every 10 years, but in the outside world, Central Continent and Northern Plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The last earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab. It carried the immortal goo gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? But compared to last time, I am only a mortal goo master. This earthly calamity, I am already a rank 6 goo immortal. I have many immortal goo, immortal killer moves, allies, and a new precious wisdom path inheritance. I have a high chance of surviving the earthly calamity. Fang Yuan was not too worried. He had many trump cards and was very wealthy. Compared to the last earthly calamity, it was a world of difference. He was very confident. Chapter 8:17. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit about the arrangements for Dong Fang tribe's Gu master captives. Although Fang Yuan killed Dong Fang Qingyu and the rest, he still had a group of about 1 to 200 Dong Fang tribesmen. The land spirit replied. She had temporarily opened up an underground prison. It was deep underground, located near a stoneman tribe. She also asked if she should sell these captives. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not listen obediently, forcing them to refine goo and work like hairy men. If they were not careful, they might be killed and cause trouble. Fang Yuan shook his head, instructing, Land Spirit has already seized all the mortal goo in their hands and locked them up. Feed them some food every day and treat them like pets. He has other uses for these captives. He is not in a hurry to deal with them. Yes, Master. How many immortal Yuan stones do I have? Fang Yuan asked again. 137. Land Spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan nodded. Unknowingly, his immortal Yuan stones had broken through the 100 checkpoint. The biggest reason was that the Guts Goo trade had doubled. Not counting the profits, there was a total of 92 immortal Yuan stones in profit every month. Thus, breaking through the 100 checkpoints had become easy. During this period, Fang Yuan instructed the land spirit to pay attention to jewel yellow skies. If there were any cheap fox groups, buy them at a low price and raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, fully displaying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's strength and increasing its foundation. Little Hu Immortal made a few moves and bought 2 to 3 batches of fox groups. If not for this, the accumulation of immortal Yuan stones would have been even higher. Doing a monopoly business like Guts Goo, the supply was not enough to meet the demand. Earning immortal Yuan stones was indeed easy. Fang Yuan thought about it. He kept 20 immortal Yuan stones in case of emergencies, and took out 70 to convert green grape immortal essence. The series of battles to obtain the wisdom path inheritance had used up his 77 green grape immortal essence beads. He needed to replenish them urgently. The rest was given to Little Hu Immortal. She was in charge of Star Thought Goo refinement. The immortal Yuan stones given to her were to be used to purchase large amounts of goo refinement materials. Forget about the oil and water. I intend to use it during the early stages of the refinement path convention. Air bubble fish were also not sold. They were used to increase the production of starlight firefly goo. The prose carp was very valuable. But the quantity was scarce, so he had to wait for a suitable buyer. However, the eerie fire dragon pythons, the regretful spiders, and the dragonfish were all projects that could be managed in large quantities. Especially the arowana. I can sell it directly, Fang Yuan thought. These 3. He appeared at the right time. All along, Fang Yuan only had one source of income, that was the Guts Goo trade. Monopolizing the trade was like hugging onto a golden thigh. But there was only one Guts Goo after all. The production of Guts Goo was limited. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone was being used carefully. Although he had escaped from the dangerous state of becoming an immortal, he had already established himself and achieved a balance of income and expenditure. But he didn't have the strength to go any further. The current Fang Yuan did not dare to refine immortal goo. He didn't have any foundation or strength. Next, Fang Yuan had to move forward. He had to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. He had to deduce all sorts of goo recipes and killer moves, he had to deal with all sorts of enemies, he had to cultivate wisdom path, he had to do all sorts of things. One source of income could not satisfy his growing needs. If I can create these 3 businesses, I will have 4 legs. The income from Immortal Yuan Stone will be enough to satisfy my current needs. It will greatly boost my progress in all aspects. They are after all a super force, they have deep foundations. After plundering them, my prospects have been broadened. While Fang Yuan sighed, he had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Naganori. These businesses were the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. For example, how could the eerie fire dragon pythons form groups and increase their reproduction rate? For example, how to raise the arowana, what food they ate, what environment was most suitable for the arowana, and what would happen if they got sick. It was not easy to form a source of income. There were many things involved, they all had their own secrets. Back then, in order to nurture star fragment grass, Fang Yuan had bought their experiences from several star path goo immortals and paid a sum of immortal yuan stone. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Naganori definitely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was like a huge treasure trove, its value was not something that a wisdom path inheritance could contain. Thus, Fang Yuan's soul searched for the 4th time, trying to obtain these business secrets. But this time, he obtained Dongfang Naganori's possession method. Not only was it the original version that Dongfang Naganori had obtained in true inheritance secluded domain when he was young, there was also the entire method that Dongfang Naganori had modified to extract the immortal aperture origin cores of goo immortals of the same tribe to become an immortal. Using this method, I can revive. I need the same bloodline. Is my brother still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he dies, it doesn't matter, I can still use blood path methods to use a woman's body to give birth to the next generation. But this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth, heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations are terrifying. The main reason why Dongfang Naganori ended up like this was because of this. Moreover, if I possess someone else, even if I can ascend to immortal in the future, my new body would not have a second aperture. The second aperture had great value, Fang Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was moved, it suddenly changed its silence and moved again, saying, as an immortal zombie, it is too difficult for you to obtain a new life. If this goes on, your cultivation will stop here, forever stuck at this cultivation level. The possession method is very suitable for you. Of course, I know now that this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth, it is very dangerous. But I can modify it and conceal heaven's secrets, I can even possess mortals to reduce the wrath of heaven and earth, and lower the power of the calamities and tribulations. You're just throwing your life away by directly using this possession technique. I'm the best example of that. But now that I have the most precious experience, I can modify the method again, I will definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you guys, I would have already succeeded. How about it, we can cooperate. Dongfang Naganori suggested to cooperate with Fang Yuan. He sensed that Fang Yuan wanted to revive, in fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to obtain a new life. Before Fang Yuan could speak, he continued, if we cooperate, both of us will benefit, if we separate, both of us will suffer. What are you worried about? I am just a soul, do you think I can harm you? As he spoke, he kept encouraging Fang Yuan, but also had a hint of provocation. Fang Yuan smiled, as expected of Dongfang Naganori, you were silent earlier, I thought you had completely admitted defeat. I didn't expect you to jump out the moment you saw a chance and hope. This is worth learning from. Oh. I said it before, you and I are the same type of people, we both have ambitions and aspirations. The soul fluctuated again. But Fang Yuan's words changed, precisely because we are the same type of people, I will not keep you alive. Don't worry, once I squeeze out all of your remaining value, I will destroy your soul and make you disappear from this world. The fewer people like us, the better. Dongfang Naganori's soul was stunned, he did not expect Fang Yuan to have such deep and resolute killing intent towards him. His soul fluctuated again, he did not want to give up, he forced a smile, ha ha ha, you can't fool me, you are moved. Fang Yuan nodded, of course I am moved. I believe you have the ability to modify this possession method, because you have master-level blood path attainment, phantom path attainment, grandmaster-level wisdom path attainment, and the most precious possession experience. My attainment level is far from yours, even if I obtain your wisdom path inheritance, I cannot modify this method. The attainment levels of using Gu were divided into 4 levels. They were, Ordinary, Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster. Master level was to raise the use of Gu worms to the level of an art. One had to have abundant talent, as well as continuous training and accumulation to be able to reach this level. Grandmaster level was to have an extremely profound grasp of a path, their foundation was so deep that they could comprehend other paths by analogy, using their own path's methods to obtain the advantages of other paths. Great Grandmasters were even more amazing, they were people at the peak. Not just in this world, even in the entire history of humanity, it was very rare. Dongfang Naganori was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Phantom Path Master, Space Path Master, Soul Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, and Blood Path Master. Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Enslavement Path Master, and Transformation Path Master. As for Soul Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, and others, they were all ordinary. He had never touched upon Phantom Path, it was a blank slate. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals were at least Flying Master. Because flying was very important, even if they could not grasp it when they were mortals, after becoming Gu Immortals, they would practice a lot and grasp the ability to fly. Fang Yuan might have 2 paths and was a Grandmaster, but one was his 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, the other was his rebirth advantage, he took risks and had many fortuitous encounters to achieve this. Everyone had their own specialties, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not enough to deduce and modify possession techniques, but Dongfang Naganori was a professional. Precisely because of this, Dongfang Naganori could not do it while Fang Yuan could. Thus, he had the confidence to persuade Fang Yuan to cooperate. Soul Search could only obtain memories, secrets and so on, but could not obtain attainment levels. Attainment levels were a person's unique thoughts, feelings and experiences, their understanding of using Gu and so on, when summed up and refined into the essence, it was the comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Right now, there was only one way to obtain other people's attainment levels, that was to successfully explore dream realms. Although Fang Yuan knew that cooperating with Dongfang Naganori would give him extraordinary gains, he was even more wary of Dongfang Naganori. Cooperating with such a wisdom path Gu Immortal would unknowingly lead to schemes, betrayals, and schemes. Especially when Fang Yuan was the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower, the external situation was very bad. If Dongfang Naganori knew about it and used this to his advantage, he would definitely be able to make Fang Yuan die a tragic death. Chapter 8:18. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn, he continued to soul search, ignoring Dongfang Naganori's persuasion. This time, it took the longest. Fang Yuan went through all of Dongfang Naganori's secrets in one go. He learned about Dongfang Naganori's life, countless scenes and experiences. Gu Immortal Han Dong is already dead, he was dragged into the corpse mountain by the phantom beasts, he was originally a captive, but he died in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It turns out that Dongfang Naganori had already made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land, using the rank 6 Immortal Gu House thatched hut as the core. But at the crucial moment, thatched hut mysteriously disappeared. That's why our Devil Dao was able to invade Jade Pool Blessed Land. As expected, when I destroyed Dongfang Yuliang's body and extracted Dongfang Naganori's soul, I destroyed all of the immortal Gu in his body. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng used a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to modify his immortal soul, there is still a small batch of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left in his immortal aperture. Dongfang Naganori, looking at his life, he was not willing to be ordinary, he was first a hero, then a ruthless person. This is Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunsheng's time path inheritance was given by him. To think that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance also came from this mysterious old man. Fang Yuan could not keep up with all the secrets that came one after another. After a long while, Fang Yuan gradually reacted and accepted the impact of this large amount of information. Zishan Makoto was the name that Fang Yuan gave to this mysterious purple-haired beggar. This mysterious old man seemed to have countless precious inheritances, he had a huge origin, but his motive was unknown. It could be said that he played an important role in Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunsheng's current achievements. For now, he should call him Zishan Makoto. In the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was no trace of Zishan Makoto at all, even during the Five Regions War. Was he hiding, or did he have another identity, or had he died of old age? According to Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation, this old man must be very old. Don't worry about Zishan Makoto for now, my cleansed soul immortal Gu needs food long ago, this White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu is not much, but it can solve my urgent problem. Initially, I didn't want to bother with that blessed land for the time being, but now it seems like it's necessary. Fang Yuan crushed Dongfang Yuliang's body. It caused the immortal aperture to land on the ground and become an ownerless blessed land. It would be fine if it was a public blessed land, but a single blessed land like this would basically give birth to a land spirit. It could be said that it was easy to defend and hard to attack. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from taking advantage of him, he destroyed all the immortal Gu he had, to prevent them from benefiting the enemy. But he still had many mortal Gu in his immortal aperture, maybe they were low in value and easy to obtain. Maybe he did not care about them, or maybe he lost control of them. All in all, they were left in the blessed land, they were preserved and not destroyed. Forget about the other mortal Gu. But the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was food that Fang Yuan had been pursuing tirelessly. Fang Yuan paced around as he pondered. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. It was originally peaceful, but ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, there was an intense commotion, like a huge wave. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked and furious. They wanted to find the culprit. But the immortal Gu in 88-point Jianghu Tower escaped. Northern Plains Gu Immortals fought intensely over it, causing chaos in the Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. After the auction, with the rank 8 Gu Immortals as the leaders, all the forces discussed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World was no longer as chaotic, there were new rules and structures. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent Gu Immortals, undercurrents were still surging. Because of Fang Yuan's disturbance, the super-force Dongfang tribe was destroyed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World did not calm down for long before intense commotion broke out again. At this moment, countless Gu Immortals of the righteous and demonic paths surrounded Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was a mess. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be a mess. In fact, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not stopped, it had completely deviated from its original trajectory. With his previous life's memories as a comparison, this situation made Fang Yuan feel, Northern Plains seemed to have been ruined by him. Fang Yuan took a risk this time, and with luck, he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. he wanted to peacefully develop for a period of time and help Hu Immortal Blessed Land undergo tribulation. Using the wisdom path inheritance, he comprehended the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. The situation outside was too tense, it was better not to show himself. But White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu's allure was too shocking. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to maintain it, Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was starving to its limit, it needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to feed it. But Immortal Gu are unique, even though they are precious, Cleansed Soul is not something that I cannot live without. I have Self-Strength Immortal Gu as the core, even if Cleansed Soul is destroyed, it will not harm me. Of course, if it can be used together with Self-Strength, the killer move Myriad Self's power will double. And it can also strengthen my soul foundation. Fang Yuan hesitated. Cleansed Soul was good, but it was not enough for him to risk his life to save it. Immortal Gu were external objects, his own life was the most precious. Fang Yuan had always been clear on this point, he had never been blinded by greed. A few days later. Northern Plains, near the place where Gu Immortal Si Shermin died. From time to time, Gu Immortals would appear, some demonic and some righteous. After staying here for a while, some left quickly, searching for the remnant Immortal Gu aura in the air. Some tried to explore the blessed land that Xia Shermin left behind, but after failing, they left dejectedly. The central continent Gu Immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation while communicating with their divine senses. The target hasn't appeared yet? Since the other party was able to kill Dongfang Naganori, and even made arrangements here to conceal the blessed land left behind by Dongfang Naganori, it's impossible for the other party to kill Dongfang Naganori. He just didn't want to be discovered. It's very likely that he wants to conquer this blessed land. He also knows that a long night is fraught with trouble, so he should be back. That's no longer possible. We have been secretly guarding this place for so many days, perhaps the other party has already noticed our whereabouts. We might as well take this opportunity to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land, Ling Mei said. Humph, do you think my Black Heaven Temple signature immortal killer move knows White Defend Black cannot hide from you and will be easily detected? Old Man Tian Long snorted in displeasure. Fairy Ling Mei was silent, she knew that her words earlier were too rash. Black Heaven Temple was also one of the 10 great ancient sects, their reputation needed to be protected at all times, they could not be easily offended. Fairy Ao Shui, who was beside Fairy Ling Mei, said, I heard that a 10,000 Li Zoisha horse actually appeared in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Her words were subtle, but the underlying meaning was clear, she was agreeing with Fairy Ling Mei's suggestion, she was also looking forward to the riches in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Humph, these mere goods are able to attract everyone's attention? Don't forget what we are here for. This immortal zombie is very suspicious, his strength path battle strength is quite high, he is likely to be the immortal zombie we are looking for, Sha Huang. Kanyang Laojun was hidden at the side, interrupting. Just riches? You speak so casually, even if Dongfang tribe is inferior to us sects, they are still a super force. Their foundation is definitely much deeper than ours. Oh, you, Kanyang, gained a lot this time, the rewards for the Crane Gate mission were even more generous. It is fine if you eat your fill, but you want us to starve as well, isn't this too much? Chen Zhenqi was full of resentment. He hadn't even finished his sect's mission yet, but something like this had happened, and he had been summoned by Feng Jioge. Many others were in the same situation as him. Others were afraid of Kanyang Laojuan's life-chasing fire, but he was not afraid. He was a flying grandmaster, he had immortal killer moves, even if he was hit by the life-chasing fire, he could escape it. In Central Continent's Gu immortal world, there was a saying, flap my wings to the 9 heavens, come and go in a flash of smoke. Flap my wings to the 9 heavens referred to Chen Zhenqi, he could fly high into the immemorial 9 heavens, heaven and earth could not restrict him. The latter, come and go in a flash of smoke, referred to Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu Immortal Bu Fei Yen, it meant that this female immortal could move freely and agilely, she was like a wisp of nimble and dancing cloud. This time, the female Gu Immortal Bu Fei Yen had also come to Northern Plains. She was representing one of the 10 great ancient sects, Heavenly Lotus Sect, to participate in the investigation of the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower. At this time, Central Continent's 2 flying grandmasters were gathered here. Chen Jinqi spoke, but Bu Fei Yen remained silent. She did not speak. But Old Oracle helped. Jade Pool Blessed Land was easily taken down. The main reason is that the rank 6 Immortal Gu House thatched hut went missing mysteriously. It is not that I am jealous of those resources, but I deduced that there are clues to the culprit in this Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched hut, I prefer to call it by its original name, Thatched Hut. Speaking of which, this hut was created by 3 thatched demon immortal in the late antiquity era. He spent almost his entire life's fortune on it. In his later years, he used this to move unhindered in Northern Plains, becoming an overlord. 3 thatched demon immortal gave birth to a daughter. He doted on her. At that time, Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortal Dongfang Yu fell in love with this woman. He left the righteous path and joined the demonic path. After 3 thatched demon immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut. He killed his wife and returned to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of the shadow of his past, Dongfang Yu added other Gu worms into Thatched Hut, naming it Thatched Hut Hut. Actually, the effect did not increase by much, it was purely to make it look better. Wind Cloud Manor's Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming said. Before becoming an immortal, he had gone deep into Northern Plains with his Mortal Gu Master Cultivation level. He had lived there for a period of time. He had a lot of information about this. Right now, he purposely mentioned it because he wanted to plunder Jade Pool Blessed Land. But he did not say it explicitly, he was very subtle about it. Alright, do we continue to wait like this? Or do we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues to the culprit? Or that Fairy Li Shan, since she fought together with that Strength Path Immortal zombie, they have a close relationship, she definitely knows many secrets. A Gu Immortal said impatiently. That's not right. Fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price to snatch Minuscule Mountain and immediately left this place. Right now, she is holed up in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the base of Northern Plains' demonic path, so be it in the past, but now, old ancestor Shui who is trying his best to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, he has been guarding over there. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right corner, choose to add a public account in the Add Friends section, search for Zhongwen Wang and follow the public account, you will never miss an update. QD Wave Astronomy. Chapter 8:19. Once the rank 8 Gu Immortal old ancestor Shui who was mentioned, the Central Continent Immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level, they had outstanding battle strength, they were among the top 5 in their sections. But against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, they would only lose. Even though Feng Jioga could fight rank 8 Gu Immortals, he had rank 7 cultivation level. As for the demonic path old ancestor Shuihu, he had terrifying battle strength. In Central Continent's information, he seemed to be the number 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. While the Central Continent Immortals were silent, 3 demonic path Gu Immortals stealthily entered the ambush of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. They went underground, arriving at the place where Fang Yuan killed Dongfang Naganori, revealing themselves. Among these 3 Gu Immortals, the leader was tall and gave off a valiant aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and a sharp light shining in his eyes. His ears were not human ears, they were shaped like wings, shining with golden light. He was Northern Plains' Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the 4th Peak's Lord, Li Pengqing. Although the one on his left was shorter than Li Pengqing by a head, he had a sturdy figure. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura and an icy dragon might. He was the 5th Peak's Peak Master, Demonic Lord Long Dan, who owned the Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu Immortal walked on Li Pengqing's right. His eyes were like paint, He wore a white robe and had a tall body. He was also dressed like a scholar, but he was less casual than free scholar. He had a grand aura. He was the Sixth Peak's lord. Gongzmo Central Continent's Gu immortals were lying in ambush. They had powerful methods, but these three demonic path Gu immortals did not discover them. They focused their attention, staring at the scene in front of them. There was nothing in front of them. However, under their perception, they discovered that there was a blessed land hidden in there. This is the blessed land that was left behind after Dongfang Naganori's death. And the blessed land he left behind? Let's attack. The longer we drag on, the more variables there are. Nearby is the blessed land left behind by Xia Shimen. Since old ancestor Shui who gave the order, we will use all our strength to take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The three of them were swift and decisive. They had also prepared some special methods. After making some superficial arrangements in the outside world, they immediately broke through the space and killed their way into the blessed land. After seeing these three enter, the Central Continent Gu immortals continued to communicate with their divine senses. Good heavens! The fourth, fifth, and sixth peak lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land have all moved out. The first three peaks of the Great Snowy Mountain are all stable. As for the rest, they could compete for ranking. These three have always been fighting openly and covertly. Now that they are attacking together, only old ancestor Shui who can command them. That immortal zombie didn't come, but the people from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land came. Should we capture them? That's not appropriate. The combat strength of these three immortals is extraordinary, even surpassing the likes of the free scholar. They are equivalent to us. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we lack coordination. Defeating the three of them was easy, but killing them was very difficult. Capturing it alive is even more difficult. Regarding this, Kanyang Laojun sighed deeply. That's right, Northern Plains is a land of long wars. It has the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. All of the Gu immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods and their survival skills far surpass our central continent. They are all extremely slippery. Earlier, in the Battle of Tai Chiu and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of Gu immortals who lost their lives can be counted on one hand. If this were in the other 4 regions, the number of casualties would definitely be 2 to 3 times higher. It is not impossible to capture them alive. He. As long as Lord Feng Jioge takes action personally. A Gu immortal said. In this trip to Northern Plains, Feng Jioge's powerful battle strength left a deep impression on the Central Continent Gu immortals. But Feng Jioge said, let's retreat. Saying so, without giving the immortals a chance to ask, he retreated first. It was extremely secretive and did not leave any traces. The immortals looked at each other. They could only follow him secretly. The group gathered far away. The immortals expressed their confusion towards Feng Jioge. The ambush earlier was Feng Jioge's idea. Now that the 3 demonic path Gu immortals had arrived, Feng Jioge was the first to retreat. We are united, why would we be afraid of the 3 of them? Retreating without fighting, it will damage the reputation of our central continent's 10 great sects. Going back and forth, what are they trying to achieve? The Gu immortals moved further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land. Their voices were filled with resentment, but because of Feng Jioge's reputation, they could not express it. Feng Jioge looked at everyone, saying something shocking. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and has returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already received news that Northern Plains Righteous Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang has already set off to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestor Shuehu. What? There is such a thing. 2 Rank 8s are going to fight? This Northern Plains is really, Rank 8 Gu Immortals have always been the dominant force, but because of Minuscule Mountain, they are moving out so casually. They are really warlike. Back then, during the battle for Dang Hun Mountain, our central continent's 10 great sects only sent disciples. The immortals discussed among themselves, their expressions changed as they digested this shocking news. At this time, Feng Jioge smiled lightly, saying, "That strength path immortal zombie is very vigilant. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3 demonic path immortals are just him using them to probe us, he or the force behind him. If we take this bait, we will fall into the enemy's trap instead. Why don't we go to Snowy Mountain and see if there is a chance to forcefully attack and capture Fairy Li Shan?" The immortals were speechless, they could not say anything for a while. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the #1 demonic path base in Northern Plains. It was not inferior to the headquarters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Jioge was so daring, he actually dared to target Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. Old Ancestor Shui, who sat on a large chair, he held a small mountain in his hand, rotating it as he observed it quietly. The surface of this small mountain was full of cracks, and it was a terrible sight to behold. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain, all of them were the corpses of midgets. Blood flowed everywhere, and the faint wails and cries of the survivors could be heard. It was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought with the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. In the end, other Gu Immortals attacked. There were both righteous and demonic Gu Immortals. After a chaotic battle, the Mini-Man Gu Immortal was on the brink of death. He fled with Minuscule Mountain, but was caught by He Lulan, who was at the edge of the battlefield. He Lulan killed the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. She fought with Fairy Li Shan to protect the spoils of war. They fought along the way, they barely survived and returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be on the brink of collapse. The Mini-Man on the mountain suffered even greater casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain. At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wan Shou. She was Old Ancestor Shuihu's wife. She had rank 7 cultivation level. She was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu Immortals of Northern Plains. The moment she appeared, she looked at Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. "Madam, did you gain anything from this comprehension?" Old Ancestor Shuihu turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain to her. Lady Wan Shou nodded. "I have already comprehended all the steps to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but I still need some time to familiarize myself with it." She said this as she received Minuscule Mountain, inspecting it carefully. On Minuscule Mountain, because the Mini-Man Gu Immortal was dead, there was no longer a pillar. The surviving Mini-Mans were shivering in fear, huddling together. "Monster! So scary, don't eat me, I have too little flesh, I won't even be enough to fill your teeth." Lady Wan Shou was beautiful and dignified, her eyes shining brightly, but in the eyes of the Mini-Man, she was a terrifying monster. Lady Wan Shou looked at it for a while before moving Minuscule Mountain away from her, smiling lightly. "Sister Li Shan is blessed. She was an Earth Path Gu Immortal in her early years. She cultivated Earth Path on the side. Later, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu, she changed it to her core Immortal Gu and became an Information Path Gu Immortal. But her blessed land was still a Wood Path Blessed Land. She managed flowers and plants. With the help of the Mini-Man tribe, they complemented each other. Sister Li Shan is a member of our Snowy Mountain. Now that Minuscule Mountain is in our hands, this proves that our Snowy Mountain's luck is flourishing. We are flourishing." "Lady, you are wrong." Old Ancestor Shuihu shook his head. "On the contrary, this is a sign of our luck declining. I want to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu and use Mahong Yun as the main Gu refinement material. Thus, the luck attacked me, causing me to face an obstacle. Look at this Minuscule Mountain, it is on the verge of collapse. To repair it, a huge price will be needed. Since this is third leader's possession, we will not give it up, we will make her pay a huge price. This indirectly affects my plan to gather Gu refinement materials." This time, she had snatched away Fangsuan Mountain, causing conflict and enmity between them. She even caused a commotion, causing the righteous path to take action. "Look, this is Yao Huang's letter." "Yao Huang's letter?" Lady Wanshou was shocked and hurriedly opened the letter to read the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said, minuscule mountain was located in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It originally belonged to Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe was exterminated, the world is shaken. As people of the same bloodline, descendants of giant son Immortal, I, Yao Huang, am responding to the request of the righteous path. I want to discuss with old ancestor Shuehu about returning minuscule mountain to the righteous path. In the letter, Yao Huang's words were very polite and gentle, but Lady Wanshou knew that this was the style of the righteous path. The righteous path had always been like this. Even if they fought to the death or gritted their teeth in hatred, they would still be polite and reserved on the surface, maintaining their elegant demeanor. Lady Wanshou could sense Yao Huang's aggressiveness. She looked at old ancestor Shuehu worriedly. Husband, you are only 10 years away from the next myriad tribulation. You cannot act rashly. If you make a mistake in battle and injure your origin, your foundation will be damaged. Even if you refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu, it will be hard to recover. The losses outweigh the gains. When the myriad tribulation arrives, if you fail because of these losses. Old ancestor Shuehu laughed heartily. Wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is a tribulation for me, but it is also an opportunity for me. I need to grasp it and face the difficulties head-on. Old ancestor Shuehu said this and suddenly paused. His expression changed as he showed a trace of determination. It's great that he's here. Chapter 820. Lady Wanshou raised her head, her gaze piercing through snowy mountain-blessed land. She could see the outside world of northern plains. Originally, the sky above snowy mountain-blessed land was clear and blue. There were no clouds in sight. But now, Yao Huang had arrived with a huge commotion. The wind and clouds were blowing, the sky was dyed orange. Yao Huang was nowhere to be seen, but his voice was transmitted. Old friend Shuehu, I hope you can forgive me for my abrupt visit. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, entering snowy mountain-blessed land, causing countless snowy peaks to shake and snow to fall. Some peaks even had small avalanches. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Shuehu laughed loudly as he flew into the sky, leaving snowy mountain-blessed land, bringing along surging frost energy as he flew into the sky. Immediately, the sky changed. Half of it was orange light while the other half was frost energy. They were evenly matched. But right at this time, a black ink cloud appeared from the west. The ink cloud rumbled and spread rapidly. It was not inferior to old ancestor Shuehu and Yao Huang, forcefully creating a territory in the sky. Lady Wanshou saw this and her expression changed. Her heart sank as she cried out, "What, Heavenly Lord Baizu is here too?" Inky clouds, frost air, and orange light surged mightily. They were in a deadlock with each other, dividing the vast expanse of sky into 3 parts. Old ancestor Shuehu sneered, "Heavenly Lord, instead of managing your force properly, you are here to join in the fun?" Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed dryly. "Old friend Shuehu, this is just minuscule mountain. How can it enter your eyes? Why don't we return it to the righteous path and save this trouble?" Lady Wanshou's expression turned ashen. The demonic path Gu immortals left behind in snowy mountain-blessed land were also paying attention to the sky. Their breathing was stifled. Heavenly Lord Baizu was originally a lone cultivator, but after the auction, he had been planning to establish a righteous path force. Right now, he was working with Yao Huang. It was 2 against 1, old ancestor Shuehu was alone. The situation was bad. But at the next moment, old ancestor Shuehu raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with heroism. "Then both of you can come together, let's fight." With that said, with a loud boom, old ancestor Shuehu smashed through the heavenly constellation energy wall and entered the white sky. Rank 8 Gu immortals, when they make a move, their power is vast and terrifying. The earth cannot bear it. Normally, when making a move, they would tacitly enter deep into the immemorial 9 heavens to prevent the living beings on the ground from suffering a boundless calamity. My good friend is in the mood. In that case, this emperor will naturally accompany you." The eyes of the medicine sovereign flashed as he swiftly followed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. "Since old friend Shuehu insists, then forgive this heavenly lord for offending you." The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals entered White Heaven. Soon, a series of explosions rang out in the sky. "The 3 of them are fighting in the day," a Central Continent Gu immortal shouted. They had yet to reach the snowy mountain-blessed land, they were still thousands of miles away. At this moment, they raised their heads to look at the sky. He saw that the high altitude of 10,000 li was shaking endlessly, with black clouds surging. Pure white frost gushed out, while orange light filled the air. The rumbling sound was endless. It was like a bolt from the blue, causing people's hearts to tremble. "Quick, while they are fighting, let's enter snowy mountain-blessed land." Feng Jioge took a look before retracting his gaze, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The Central Continent Gu immortals breathed in deeply. These were all experts with great courage. When they heard Feng Jioge's order, they felt a sense of nervousness and excitement that they had not felt in a long time. They quickly increased their speed. Howl! Midway through the flight, an ancient desolate beast suddenly fell from the sky with a wail. The Central Continent Gu immortals quickly dodged. This is the remnant heavenly hound. The immortals recognized the origin of this ancient desolate beast, their gazes were fixed. With a loud sound, the remnant heavenly hound crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. It struggled for a while before becoming motionless. The remnant heavenly hound actually fell from White Heaven. How can the might of a rank 8 be so fierce? Just the aftermath of the battle caused the remnant heavenly hound to die so tragically. Be careful. As soon as the warning sounded, hailstones began to fall from the sky. These hailstones were as large as mountains, they covered an area of 1,000 li, the cold air was bone-chilling, all living beings were frozen to death. The Central Continent Gu immortals had no choice but to take a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, brushing past the sleeves of the Central Continent Gu immortal, Old Oracle. Old Oracle let out a scream. He quickly pulled himself out of the dazzling lightning. His body was almost gone, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. After a while, as they got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a small burst of eerie wind blew. The Central Continent Gu immortals' souls swayed, they were almost falling out of their bodies. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the greater the difference between one rank. The difference between rank 8 and 7 was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was rare to see a rank 7 fight against a rank 8 since ancient times. For so many years, the huge Central Continent only had one person like Feng Jioge. The Central Continent Gu immortals were blown all over the place, they barely managed to avoid being exposed, but their expressions were very ugly. All sorts of signs showed that the battle strength of Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals surpassed Central Continent's rank 8s. Central Continent had more rank 8 Gu immortals than Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the least rank 8 Gu immortals. This was because Northern Plains had frequent battles. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains Gu immortals had the highest death rate. In Northern Plains, those who could carve a bloody path out of encirclement and stand at the peak of rank 8 were naturally not ordinary people. He had to be a hero among heroes. It was impossible for him to have a single strand of luck. Just the aftermath of the battle from White Heaven caused the Central Continent Gu immortals to be in a pitiful state. Old Oracle barely escaped death. He regained his human form, his face was still filled with disbelief as he muttered, "How can this be? I actually did not anticipate this lightning strike." Bu Fei Yan's gaze wavered. She put herself in Old Oracle's shoes. If she was in his shoes, with her movement ability, she would not be able to escape that lightning strike. She could not help but ask, "Are we still moving forward?" Chen Jinshi raised his head. The sky above him seemed to have turned into a cloth made of countless patches. Lumps of strength. They covered a large or small area, intertwining with each other. Some had dark clouds. Some had dark winds blowing, some had lightning striking down. Some had hailstones crashing down. It was a scene akin to the end of the world. These central continent Gu immortals were not ordinary people, they had great foresight. They could see that in these small areas, the Dao marks of heaven and earth had completely changed. Some were filled with ice path Dao marks, some were filled with lightning path Dao marks, some were filled with wind path and soul path Dao marks. Even though they were less than 1,000 li away from snowy mountain-blessed land. But this area was filled with killing intent. It was filled with dangerous and fatal traps. Is this the difference between rank 7 and rank 8? The Dao marks in each area are much more than what we obtained through our hard work. Life and death are not up to us. I have not felt this for many years. Too dangerous, it is not worth it to sacrifice our lives to capture a captive. The central continent Gu immortal started to retreat. Only Feng Jioge was unmoved. He took the lead from the start, his gaze was calm, as if he could not see the dangers around him. The central continent Gu immortals saw Feng Jioge like this. Waves rose in their hearts. This guy is really amazing, he can fight rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level. I did not think so before, but now that I think about it. Feng Jioge is truly terrifying. No, even if he can fight rank 8s, it is only temporary. Once our identities are exposed. If 3 Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals attack us, we will definitely die. This guy Feng Jioge. He disregards life and death, advancing courageously. I almost forgot that he is from the demonic path. He only switched to the righteous path midway. The central continent Gu immortals followed behind Feng Jioge. They exchanged glances and wanted to retreat, but because of their reputation and the reputation of their sects, they could not speak. They wanted others to speak first. Every second was becoming more and more difficult to endure. Just as the Gu immortals were in a dilemma, the leader, Feng Jioge, suddenly stopped. He stood at a low altitude and waved his hand. Everyone, stop. The immortals quickly stopped, only to see Feng Jioge looking up with a solemn expression. They followed his gaze, only to see that the sky was still filled with all sorts of powers that were repelling each other. The Gu immortals who had some comprehension activated their immortal killer moves. Their gazes pierced through these obstructions and saw the scene in white heaven. The Gu immortals who saw this gasped in shock. They saw that in white heaven, the 3 sides were no longer evenly matched. Old ancestor Shui who had the upper hand, he was the sole victor. The pure white frost energy suppressed Yao Huang's orange-yellow light and forced it to retreat. Heavenly Lord by Zhu's ink cloud was forced to retreat. What a formidable old ancestor Shui Hu. I never expected that his combat strength would be so formidable. It has only been such a short period of time, yet the outcome has already been decided in a 1 versus 2 battle. Feng Jioge let out a long sigh, and an expression of admiration and regret surged onto his face. Retreat. The opportunity was lost. He did not hesitate, he immediately flew away, retreating from the original path. The immortals were eager to see this. They did not speak, they quickly left this dangerous area. A moment later, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could not take it anymore. He spoke, "Old friend Shui Hu, you have great methods. I admit defeat in this battle." Yao Huang also spoke. Northern Plains is currently in turmoil. There are many undercurrents. Old friend Shui Hu, this is not the time for us to decide victory. Since you want to go to Minuscule Mountain, I will forget about my earlier suggestion. See you in the future. Yao Huang was still trying to maintain his face. Old ancestor Shui Hu heard this and laughed loudly. He took the chance to say, "You two can come and go as you please. What do you take my place for?" Just as he said that, heaven and earth shook, the earth shook and mountains shook. Boundless frost energy descended, sweeping away all impurities. The sky was clear, there was no more eerie wind or lightning. Hundreds of thousands of li of heaven and earth were instantly covered in a layer of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. It was as if Northern Plains had returned from a warm spring to a cold winter. Boom! 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 3 explosions could be heard in the sky. The sounds reverberated in heaven and earth. It was deafening, it was like thunder was roaring in one's ears. Central Continent's Gu immortals were all blown away by this sound, they were exposed and staggered. Other than Feng Jioge, blood was flowing out of their ears, their eardrums had been ruptured. Go quickly. The Gu immortals were pale and bloodless, their fighting spirit had fallen to rock bottom, they could only focus on flying. There was also a huge earthquake in snowy mountain-blessed land, the primeval energy was fluctuating intensely, the Gu immortals inside were shaking, their bodies were shaking intensely. A long while later, the earthquake slowly subsided. Snowy mountain-blessed land had 6 mountains that were half destroyed, there were huge ravines in the ground, the countless resources that were planted and stored inside were severely damaged. But the demonic path Gu immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land were all flushed with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked up and saw a man's imposing figure slowly descending from the clouds. It was old ancestor Shuehu. Above his head, there was a pure white powder that was translucent like a crystal, drifting with the wind. Feng Jioge looked back and saw this scene, his pupils shrunk as he muttered, sky-splitting powder, it even split white heaven. The demonic path Gu immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land were overjoyed, they flew out of the blessed land and welcomed him. We welcome old ancestor's arrival. After this battle, the debate of who is the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains has finally been settled. Old ancestor's strength is boundless, he is number 1 in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had to flee with their tails between their legs. As they got closer, the other demonic path Gu immortals stopped in the air, only Lady Wanshou went up alone. Husband. She was gentle, her expression was moving, there was pride and worry. Don't worry, I have my misgivings, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang also have their own misgivings. These two are also coveting fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, they do not want me to refine it. Now that I have defeated them, let's see who in Northern Plains dares to disturb me. Old ancestor Shuehu smiled lightly, saying, but this time, the white heaven above was broken, I will have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will come down from the crack. Even though I am not afraid, it is still troublesome. After confirming that her husband was fine, Lady Wanshou relaxed, she pointed at old ancestor Shuehu's broad chest and rolled her eyes, "Oh you." Chapter 821. Old ancestor Shuehu fought 1 against 2, defeating Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. This battle shook Northern Plains. The news spread like a hurricane, Northern Plains' Gu immortal world was in chaos. Furthermore, under the witness of Central Continent's Gu immortals, the news spread to Central Continent at the first moment, the leaders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were alerted, they all remembered old ancestor Shuehu's name in the deepest part of their hearts. Several days later. Central Continent, Hu immortal blessed land. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan visited, bringing first-hand information. Fang Yuan held this information path mortal Gu, he closed his eyes, it was like he was in snowy mountain-blessed land, he was watching from Fairy Li Shan's perspective. At the top of the sky, the scene of 3 rank 8 great experts sparring with each other was being shown. From start to finish, it was grand and majestic, his mind was shaken by it. Even though they were far away, the 3 sides were deep in white heaven, watching from afar, he could feel the vast might of rank 8s. Among Gu immortals, the higher their rank, the greater the gap. Between rank 6 and 7, there were still elites who could occasionally fight rank 7s. But between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference was like heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. To be able to fight rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation level, this was rarely seen in the history of humanity. At rank 9, they could sweep through the world with their own strength, nobody could stop them, they were unrivaled, number 1 in the world. Rank 8 Gu immortals were simply not rank 9's match. They had all suffered huge losses, there had never been an exception. After watching this scene 3 times, Fang Yuan returned the goo worm to Fairy Li Shan. His eyes were calm as he opened them. Fang Yuan had expected old ancestor Xuehu's strength. In his previous life's memories, Central Continent had suffered several huge defeats, he even killed many Central Continent rank 8s. After witnessing it with his own eyes, Fang Yuan's understanding of Northern Plains' situation had deepened once again. Northern Plains' righteous path has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. They are Yao Huang and Princess Impatience. In terms of prestige, Yao Huang is the #1 righteous path expert. But the Prince's Impatience has connections with Zhongzhou State, and is the biggest secret of Zhongzhou State in the Northern Plains. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land has caused Northern Plains to be in turmoil. The arrangement that the giant sun Immortal had painstakingly arranged collapsed. Order collapsed, and because of the fight for Immortal Gu, righteous and demonic factions fought intensely, new and old grudges and conflicts arose. Although Qin Baixing organized the auction, the Immortals were only busy digesting the spoils of war. They stopped for a short period of time, but the conflict has deepened. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land is the greatest loss to Northern Plains' righteous path. The fiendish Dao, on the other hand, benefited greatly. All along, the arrangements of the giant sun Immortal had been for the sake of his family's ambition to rule the world. Northern Plains' righteous path members all had Huang Jin bloodline. The demonic cultivators and itinerant cultivators were suppressed to the point where they could barely lift their heads. Now that the 88-point Jinyang Tower had collapsed, the demonic path and rogue cultivators had one less mountain on their heads. Be it in his previous life's memories or his current life, Heavenly Lord Baizu had only established his super faction after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. But not all Huang Jin bloodlines had to be like this. It was because he was afraid of being suppressed by the Huang Jin super forces. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to establish a righteous path force. He naturally had to build a good relationship with Yao Huang and the rest, to draw a clear line between himself and the demonic path and express his stance. Thus, when Yao Huang went to ask for Minuscule Mountain, he took the initiative to go. But he did not expect old ancestor Xuehu to be so ferocious, actually defeating him and Yao Huang. To old ancestor Xuehu, refining the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu was like a tall tree that attracted the attention of countless people. The Fangzheng path did not want him to succeed. Especially after the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, the righteous path forces were even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They were afraid of these outsiders gaining power. But old ancestor Xuehu needed a lot of resources to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. He sent many demonic path Gu immortals to gather Gu refinement immortal materials from all over the place. There were many conflicts. In the future, there will definitely be more conflicts and obstacles. Old ancestor Xuehu's main motive in making this move was to intimidate Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He wanted to get rid of the obstacles in the future when he refines fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Northern Plains' situation was originally chaotic and turbulent. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Now that old ancestor Xuehu defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, the impact was huge. He simply swept away the dust, directly skipping the large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, immediately leading the demonic path to a strong position, suppressing the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains Gu immortal world became arrogant, while the righteous path lowered their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle, the general trend of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was old and experienced, he could see clearly. Even though rank 6 was extraordinary, it was only the lowest level of Gu immortals. Rank 7 was the core strength. At rank 8, they usually did not act rashly. Every action they made or even a careless word they said would have a huge impact on their surroundings. What was the general trend? Every rank 8 Gu immortal was the general trend. Rank 6 and Rank 7 can only follow the general trend. When can I become such a general trend and create such a trend? Fang Yuan could not help but yearn for such a great opportunity. Alright, Fang Yuan. We came this time to bring you the things you wanted, to complete the transaction. Now, we will hand everything over to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought a group of white lotus giant silkworm goo and a large number of star thought goo to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Snowy Mountain knew the exact location of Dongfang Naganori's blessed land after his death because of Fang Yuan. Dongfang Naganori had just become an immortal after possession. No matter how high-grade his immortal aperture was, there were almost no resources inside. The blessed land formed after Dongfang Naganori's death was tightly integrated, it was one with heaven and earth. Its defense was not something that public blessed lands could compare to. If it became a land spirit, it would most likely be an obsession for revenge against Fang Yuan. It hated Fang Yuan to the core. Including those forces investigating Fang Yuan did not want to put himself in danger because of Clean's soul immortal goo. So, through Fairy Li Shan, he borrowed the power of Snowy Mountain to help him achieve his goal. The value of a blessed land was extremely huge. Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan made an agreement. Fang Yuan provided the information and told them the exact location of the blessed land. He gave this blessed land to Fairy Li Shan. What he needed was the white lotus giant silkworm goo inside. And ordinary star thought mortal goo. As for those immortal goo, Fang Yuan had already learned from Dongfang Naganori's soul that they had all been destroyed by Dongfang Naganori with a thought. Fang Yuan obtained the white lotus giant silkworm goo and suppressed the joy in his heart. When he saw that there were so many star thought goo, as many as 50,000, the joy in his heart could no longer be concealed, it leaked out from his eyes. These 50,000 star thought goo. They came at the right time. It was truly a timely rain. Fairy Li Shan observed his expression and purposely coughed twice. She spoke, "Congratulations Fang Yuan, in this extermination of Dongfang tribe, your gains were the highest. You actually obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul, this was not just a complete wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Naganori had the secret of his operations. This was an extremely huge value. Moreover, you had already plundered a lot in Jade Pool blessed land." Fairy Li Shan said this, not concealing her envy. Because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had not reached its time limit, allies had to speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not conceal the fact that he had captured Dongfang Naganori's soul. Actually, he could not hide it. Many clues could reveal the truth. Fang Yuan directly informed Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan afterwards. He did not conceal it. At this moment, he said, "Fairy, you obtained Minuscule Mountain, that is something recorded in the legends of Renzu. Its value is not lower than mine. No need to flatter me, you have Dang Hun Mountain, you do not care about Minuscule Mountain. Hehe, everyone knows that you're the biggest winner this time. Furthermore, this Minuscule Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. "I was about to ask you for help. I am asking you for help." Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. "Oh, I would like to hear the details." So, Fairy Li Shan had signed an alliance agreement with Dongfang tribe. They were allies and could not attack each other. But in order to snatch Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan had violated this oath. Although Fairy Li Shan had only started learning information path halfway, to guard against situations where she had no choice but to violate the oath, she had asked someone to use a time path immortal killer move many years ago. This time path killer move's effect was that if Fairy Li Shan violated the alliance agreement with Mountain Pledge Goo, the backlash would be delayed for a period of time before it would erupt. Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe and Dongfang Naganori were only allies, they did not belong to Dongfang tribe in the truest sense. Even so, the backlash of violating the oath was still terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was already heavily injured, she did not have much confidence in resisting this backlash. Thus, He Lulan thought of a method for Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang Naganori made an alliance agreement, they used Mountain Pledge Gu. The agreement was on Minuscule Mountain. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would no doubt lose effect, there would naturally be no backlash. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's risk of life and effort would all be for naught. This was not possible. He Lulan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain is destroyed, when the Time Path Killer move's effect disappears and the backlash of violating the oath takes effect, she would ask Tai Bai Yunsheng to use landscape as before to rebuild Minuscule Mountain. This way, Minuscule Mountain would return to its original state, even though Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang tribe still had an alliance agreement, as long as they did not violate it in the future, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan ingeniously avoided the backlash of violating the oath, she even got a repaired Minuscule Mountain. As for why she asked Fang Yuan for help, it was because He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan knew that between Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, Fang Yuan was the leader. Fang Yuan smiled, agreeing, "This is indeed a good plan, I am willing to act as the middleman. As for the remuneration, we can discuss it in detail." Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan smile and her heart sank, she thought, "It's coming." She knew that Fang Yuan was thick-skinned and black-hearted, it was clear that she was going to be extorted, she nodded with a bitter smile. He Lulan seemed to be prepared, she spoke, "Fang Yuan, if I am not wrong, your Hu Immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity is about to descend? How about this, I will stay behind to help you defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist the heavenly tribulation. Treat it as the remuneration for Tai Bai Yunsheng restoring Minuscule Mountain, how about it?" Chapter 822. Fang Yuan was an astute person, he immediately shook his head, "These two matters have completely different values. To you, Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before is necessary. To us, it can defend against the earthly calamity. Furthermore, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is under old ancestor Shuehu's control. He Lulan did not join Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, you are only an outsider, you can no longer stay there. You can use the excuse of defending against the earthly calamity to temporarily stay in my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I have not collected your rent yet, but you want to use this to pay the price of Tai Bai Yunsheng's help." Fang Yuan immediately exposed He Lulan's awkward situation. He Lulan had thick skin, she laughed and continued to argue with Fang Yuan. Both sides argued, after a while, they finally came to an agreement. He Lulan would stay with Fang Yuan for this period of time, contributing her strength for free. During this period of time, He Lulan did not have a share in the Guts Gu gains. At the same time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was facing the earthly calamity, He Lulan had to do her best to help Fang Yuan defend against it. This transaction was completed, but Fairy Li Shan was not in a hurry to leave, she talked to Fang Yuan about immortal materials. Fang Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction, Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shuehu's resource collection mission. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain, old ancestor Shuehu only borrowed it to take a look, he did not take it for himself. After old ancestor Shuehu defeated the two rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's status immediately rose, its reputation in the Gu Immortal world reached an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shuehu summoned Fairy Li Shan. He thought that she blocked Yao Huang and protected Minuscule Mountain. He requested Fairy Li Shan to increase her contribution points and gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan was in an awkward situation. He had just obtained Fangcuan Mountain. Although he had asked Tai Bai Yunsheng to help him restore Fangcuan Mountain, he still had a large sum of money left. However, he was still heavily injured. Originally, she had used Mountain Pledge Gu to accumulate a lot of savings and was very wealthy. However, due to the fact that he had invested heavily in He Lulan, his savings had been rapidly depleted and had already dried up. Cultivating on one's own would consume countless resources. It was already very difficult. Many Gu immortals did not have a source of income, they could not make ends meet, they could only work for others and run around. Even if there was a financial pillar, there would always be profits and losses in business. Things like mountain alliance vows and guts goo transactions were rare, how could they be common? Most importantly, there were also natural disasters and earthly tribulations. After a single one, many of their operations and efforts would be for naught. Heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters occurred one after another. Even if the Gu immortals made it through, they would usually feel disheartened when they see the ruined immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan was very bold, she supported herself. He also strongly supported He Lulan. He Lulan did not have a source of income. The huge demand for the two of them to cultivate was all on her. No matter how bold she was. Her financial resources were also starting to run out. However, other than immortal yuan stone and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had many other things. A lot of precious information. The value was very high. Fairy Li Shan had a lot of connections, she was the most outstanding information collector. The immortal materials that Fang Yuan had. He wanted to use them for the refinement path convention. But since he had enough of them, he could sell some to Fairy Li Shan. Not long after, it spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had heard of it in his previous life, it was called Kai. The effect of the killer move was to delay the damage, giving the Gu immortal some time to find a way to heal themselves. For example, if a Gu immortal was implanted with Kai and suffered a fatal blow, the injury would not act up immediately, it would only erupt after some time. This would give the Gu immortal a lot of chances to find help. During this time, the Gu immortal could escape. To get a chance to rest and save themselves. To fly back to their comrades. To get help from others. Even if they had to die, they could give their own cultivation resources to their juniors, placing their blessed land in a hidden location, they would not be helping the enemy. Northern Plains Gu immortals had great battle strength, but they were fewer in numbers than Central Continent. Central Continent had taken the initiative to attack first, they set up traps and killed a group of Northern Plains Gu immortals, causing Northern Plains Gu immortals to be suppressed and defeated. But with the appearance of Kai, Northern Plains Gu immortal casualties fell sharply, it affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, it caused Central Continent and Northern Plains to be in a deadlock, causing Central Continent's plan to quickly attack Northern Plains and take over this region to be destroyed. If it is really Night King Z, then Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer move that can delay the damage from violating the oath is probably Kai. Fairy Li Shan's connections really cannot be underestimated. To be able to get this lone cultivator to help, I wonder what price she paid. Fang Yuan felt that this possibility was not small. Among Gu immortals, there were many who hid their tracks. They did not participate in battles, they did not gather, they cultivated in seclusion. Many people, even though they had obtained many astonishing achievements, died and fell. They were not known by the world. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had hidden himself deeply when he was alive, his reputation was unknown. Only when Starry Sky Grotto Heaven appeared did his profound cultivation level show. There were actually many such Gu immortals. Rank 6, Rank 7. There were even Rank 8s. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Northern Plains had more than 5 Rank 8 Gu immortals. But they were hidden. Fang Yuan thought of Zishan Makoto, this mysterious Gu immortal did not show any traces of him even during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He could not help but sigh, there are so many rivers and rivers, there are so many experts in the world. Fairy Li Shan did not reveal any information about Night King Z from start to finish. This transaction was settled, no matter what price she had to pay, she had achieved her original goal. Fairy Li Shan brought a batch of immortal materials back to snowy mountain-blessed land. In the following period of time, she would focus on recuperating and dealing with the backlash from violating the alliance agreement. She would also go around collecting information on how to raise mini-man tribes, hoping to gain benefits as soon as possible. As for He Lulan, she stayed behind. Fang Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. The two looked down from the sky. They saw that on the wide ground, there were lush green grass, there were 3 gigantic black and gray buildings. These were the 3 stone nests in Hu Immortal blessed land. There were countless rooms in the stone nests. Each room had at least one hairy man who was refining goo continuously. It was bustling with activity and order. This was a large-scale goo refinement base created using the concept of an industrial assembly line on Earth. The refinement process of a goo worm was divided into dozens or even hundreds of steps. Each hairy man was only in charge of one step of the refinement. Not only could the goo recipe be kept a secret, it could also raise the proficiency of the goo refinement, thus increasing the success rate and output of the goo refinement. At the bottom of the stone nests, air sac goo were produced one after another. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests from time to time. The explosions varied in size, some even caused fires. The hairy men were covered in flames as they screamed in pain. But their screams would not spread, they would not disturb the other hairy men's refinement. Each room had a sound isolation device. Not only was it to prevent interference, it was also to prevent the hairy men from communicating. To increase their control, they could only refine goo obediently. Goo refinement had its risks. It was not lower than battle. But once something like an explosion occurred, goo worms would fly out of the room, spray water to put out the fire, heal the wounds and so on. If the goo refinement failed, the hairy men would suffer backlash. They would be considered lucky if they could preserve their lives. The price of some failures was death on the spot. Or their brains would atrophy, they would have a mental breakdown, their limbs would be crippled, they would no longer be able to refine goo worms. For those with light injuries, Fang Yuan would heal them. If the injuries were severe and they became vegetative, the cost of healing them would be too high. Fang Yuan would directly give them up and euthanize them. Chapter 823. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal goo contained a trace of laws, while immortal goo were fragments of the great Tao. Goo refinement involved the fusion and collision of the laws of the great Tao. It was more mysterious than chemistry, and more dangerous than handling gunpowder. Fang Yuan stood in the sky and observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men failed in the goo refinement and were injured, some even died on the spot. He could not help but sigh internally. As my business expands, the loss of hairy men is also becoming more prominent. Hairy man slaves were the most expensive slaves, even more expensive than human goo masters. This was somewhat inconceivable. Why was the price of humans lower than hairy men? It was easy to understand. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. The human heart was fickle and not easy to control. Variant humans, on the other hand, had simpler thoughts. Fang Yuan could control so many hairy men and refine goo day and night, giving them limited time to eat and sleep, with no entertainment. If these hairy men were replaced by human goo masters, it would be impossible. Human goo masters had to work in such a dangerous environment for a long time, without rest or entertainment. They would definitely be filled with resentment and would have thoughts of rebelling. The simple arrangements in the stone nests could not resist human wisdom. They would definitely destroy them secretly and quickly collude with each other. When they think the time is ripe, they would rebel against Yuxing, or even use force to rebel. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather buy the most expensive hairy man slaves than the human goo master slaves. Thus, Fairy Li Shan wanted to obtain Minuscule Mountain by all means. Not only because Minuscule Mountain had rare goo refinement materials, but also because it was the headquarters of the Mini-Man tribe. She could control the Mini-Man tribe. The benefits were huge. Otherwise, the crafty Dongfang Naganori would not have formed an alliance with the Mini-Man tribe. I did not feel the loss of hairy men before. That was because the scale was small, and now there are 3 stone nests. The workload of goo refinement has always been huge, thus it is becoming more obvious. If this goes on and no changes are made, it will not be a good thing. Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his heart. At this time, He Lulan also suggested, Fang Yuan, your hairy men are losing quite a lot. In a month, hundreds of hairy men would lose their lives. Thinking about it carefully, it made one's heart ache. If this number could be reduced, the cost would be reduced. The Guts Gu trade will earn even more. If she had not been pulled in by Fang Yuan to participate in the Guts Gu transaction, she might not have said anything. But now, the Guts Gu trade was also related to He Lulan's benefits, so she immediately raised the issue. Fang Yuan nodded. To solve this problem, we have to start from two aspects. The first was to modify the Gu recipe to reduce the risk and refine the steps. It made every step safer and had a higher success rate. Secondly, you can raise your own hairy men, so you don't need to buy them at a high price. He Lulan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. Gu recipes were refined and refined, they had to be modified on such a foundation. Breaking down the steps was difficult. The energy spent. I'm afraid that the amount of resources invested in the experiment is not a small amount. She modified the Gu recipe. She did not think highly of it at all. But she did not know that Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, although he could not use it directly, he could use the light of wisdom to gain unlimited inspiration. For Fang Yuan, the difficulty of modifying a Gu recipe was whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Fang Yuan naturally would not say this, he said without changing his expression, the second method is not easy either. I do not have any methods to raise hairy men. The ones sold in the market outside are all male hairy men, there are very few females and children, this is to prevent other Gu immortals from raising them. Raising hairy men and variant humans was much more difficult than raising fierce beasts or planting plants. A country is difficult to govern because the people have too much intelligence. Although this sentence was biased, there was a certain degree of truth in it. The more intelligence they had, the harder it was to control them. Hairy men would move around, they would find loopholes, they would gather and cause trouble. Fang Yuan was well aware, with his foundation, if he wanted to raise hairy men, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. His previous life's memories were not of any help. He could vaguely remember his life on Earth in his previous life. When he raised goldfish, he did not change the water frequently, did not provide oxygen, and fed them too much food, one would die every 2 to 3 days, half a month later, all the goldfish were dead. Raising hairy men was naturally much harder than raising goldfish. Hairy men's habits, living environment and other aspects that required attention were even more complicated. Fang Yuan had raised rock men before, the Rockman tribe in whose immortal blessed land was once very strong. But that was because Guts Gu could make the Rockman's souls grow rapidly, allowing them to split and reproduce. Thus, this was purely a cheating method, if Fang Yuan were to raise rock men. 2 to 3 years later, no matter how many rock men there were, they would all be dead. Of course, the experience of raising hairy men could be bought from other Gu immortals. Back then, when Fang Yuan was cultivating star fragment grass, he had bought some shallow experience of planting. But the value of these two was simply like heaven and earth. If he wanted to buy the experience of raising hairy men, the price would be extremely high. It was like buying one of the top 100 companies on Earth, how much money would he have to pay? Fang Yuan did not eat, drink or spend, with his earning speed, he would need many years to accumulate. I only have 20 to 30 pieces of immortal Yuan stone left in my inventory. Although I obtained the dragon fish, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon pythons, and obtained the method of raising them from Dongfang Naganori's soul, I still need to invest in them. Even if I do, I cannot sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies, would need to resell them to other places. After all, I still need to lie low for a while. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In other words, the future was bright, but the situation was awkward. Fang Yuan tossed aside the complicated thoughts in his mind and said to He Lulan, "All right, I have already informed Little Hu Immortal and made the arrangements, I will not send you off. For the next period of time, you will eat and live in the stone nests. I have already given the order to refine air sac gu in the 3 stone nests, you will need to help. When the earthly calamity arrives and I need your help, I will call for you." He Lulan heard this and immediately felt that something was amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he was completely using her as a laborer. Fang Yuan saw that her expression was somewhat ugly, but did not say anything. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze He Lulan's greatest value out of her, how could it be his style? After making the arrangements for He Lulan, Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. He opened the secret door and entered the secret room. He once again saw Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul was extremely weak and was firmly imprisoned here. Even when it saw Fang Yuan, it did not move. Fang Yuan had intentionally weakened it, so Dongfang Naganori's soul was extremely weak. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless, he was very wary of this old fox. But now, he had to search its soul again. But he had to replenish it first. Immediately, Fang Yuan crushed a few air sac gu and used guts gu on Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered by more than half. Fang Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw and pressed on the soul searching it. Dongfang Naganori did not resist at all. After all, Fang Yuan had already searched it thoroughly, he had no secrets from Fang Yuan. He seemed to have completely accepted his fate, his heart was dead. A legendary figure. Falling to such a state, it was truly a pity. Fang Yuan, however, remained vigilant. After soul searching, he checked the gu worm arrangements in the secret room. To prevent any accidents from happening, he did not leave any hope for Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw all these actions. His heart was cold to the bone. He thought, how did I end up in the hands of such a person? There was no path to heaven, no door to earth, a hopeless situation was a path. There was no chance of survival. While feeling despair in his heart, he also felt a strange sense of admiration. On Fang Yuan's body, Dongfang Naganori felt like he was looking at another version of himself. Fang Yuan left the secret room and closed the secret door, inspecting it carefully and making sure there were no mistakes before returning to the main hall. He sat cross-legged on the bed, star thoughts surging in his mind as he fell into deep contemplation. Dongfang Naganori had no more secrets, he had basically been squeezed dry. But Fang Yuan still kept him alive, mainly to set a trap for Minuscule Mountain. Currently, even though Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan could not snatch it due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. But the alliance agreement was not impossible. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Time Path Killer move could delay the damage from breaking the oath. Furthermore, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dongfang Naganori had established an alliance agreement with Minuscule Mountain. From Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan learned that this alliance agreement also used Mountain Pledge Gu, it should be on Minuscule Mountain. The two sides of the alliance agreement were not just Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman Gu Immortal, but the whole of Dongfang tribe and Miniman tribe. The Miniman tribe, Fairy Li Shan was definitely going to raise them and make use of them. This way, Dongfang Naganori's soul still had some value, it was a useful weapon. But this weapon could not be used now, there might not be a chance to use it in the future. But Fang Yuan was hiding it, he was just casually laying down a chess piece, it was better to be prepared. Chapter 824. Forget it. To be safe, I will use all of these to feed it. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu is already very hungry, it is very weak, if I don't feed it now, it will starve to death. As for the next feeding, I can only wait for the future. Fang Yuan was a demonic path cultivator, he liked to take risks, but he did not take risks blindly. He had to weigh the benefits and risks. Holding on to a fluke mentality, thinking that his luck was good, and taking risks, he would often be taught a lesson by the cruel reality. Cleansed soul immortal goo was in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It was only the size of an adult's fist, it was like a tadpole, its entire body was gray and shriveled, it was lying on the ground motionlessly. Fang Yuan willed, using the power of goo worms, he cut open the white lotus giant silkworm goo, taking out the flesh and blood and sending it to cleanse soul immortal goo. Cleansed soul immortal goo's body shook slightly, it did not have any strength to climb up and eat. Fang Yuan could only place cleansed soul immortal goo on the flesh. Cleansed soul immortal goo moved restlessly for a moment, before calming down, it quietly swallowed the blood on the flesh bit by bit. After a while, the blood entered its stomach, it finally had some strength, it opened its mouth wider and started to eat the white lotus giant silkworm goo's tender flesh and blood. It ate more and more, its shriveled body was like an inflated balloon, gradually recovering its plumpness. His grayish-white body also showed a trace of gloomy luster. When all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were killed, and cleansed soul immortal goo finished eating their flesh and blood, cleansed soul immortal goo was no longer as weak as before. It could already fly freely in the air. It was like a gray tadpole, its round head was like a half-blown balloon. Its tail was wagging behind its head, it was swimming slowly. It was like an old man, weak and feeble. It opened its mouth occasionally, its mouth took up half of its head, now it could open its mouth completely and make some noises. Fang Yuan knew that it was not satisfied, it still wanted to eat. Unfortunately, the white lotus giant silkworm goo were all used up, not a single one was left. Even though he could not satisfy cleansed soul immortal goo, Fang Yuan still let out a sigh of relief. At least cleansed soul immortal goo was temporarily out of the awkward situation of starving to death. Fang Yuan had already decided to abandon it. Now that it was still alive, it could be considered a happy ending. More importantly, he had one precious time. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future, but it was indeed full of possibilities. Cleansed soul immortal goo was not full yet, Fang Yuan kept it and tried not to use it. After solving the problem of cleansed soul immortal goo's feeding problem, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but he did not rest. Instead, he made the best use of his time and rushed to the underground cave. In the underground cave, there was a small forest. The tallest Ganoderma lucidum king was over 20 feet tall. He directly pushed against the cave wall. The Ganoderma lucidum was like a giant umbrella, covering the left and right. When Fang Yuan arrived, he found the rank 9 wisdom goo. It was flying around the Ganoderma lucidum king like a child playing. Flapping its wings, it flew up and down in midair. Occasionally, it would hit the Ganoderma lucidum king. It was sent flying by the latter's elastic body. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he already had many immortal goo, but compared to these immortal goo, the rank 9 wisdom goo seemed to have a lot of intelligence, it was very different from others. Thinking back to the legends of Renzu, wisdom goo, strength goo and others could even converse with Renzu. Of course, this could be a rhetorical exaggeration of fables. But Fang Yuan also knew that wisdom goo could be communicated with. It was because he could communicate with it that he took away wisdom goo at the crucial moment of Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and now he could use its light of wisdom. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo stopped flying, it stopped on the Ganoderma lucidum king's trunk. When Fang Yuan found a short and thick Ganoderma lucidum and sat down on it, wisdom goo started to emit the light of wisdom quietly, enveloping Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan activated Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo was a one-time consumable goo. As Star Thought Goo were expended one after another, thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind continuously. At once, it was like starlight was shining in his mind, after a while, it became like a summer night sky, countless stars were shining together, it was a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan tried to deduce. Immediately, the star thoughts in his mind became excited. It was like pouring a large basin of hot water into a pot. Stars filled the sky, shining brightly. They collided with each other and bounced away. Unlimited inspiration, unparalleled possibilities, all sorts of answers and complex processes were formed in an instant. Fang Yuan stopped and opened his eyes, his gaze revealing deep joy. Earlier, he was just testing his skills. This wisdom path inheritance did not disappoint him. It was even better than he had expected. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is indeed very good at deduction. Star thoughts are very durable. According to initial estimates, one star thought can resist 3 to 4 evil thoughts and memory thoughts. Fang Yuan compared in his mind. In wisdom path, there were thoughts, wills, and emotions. In terms of thoughts, there were many types and types. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of them. Thoughts were differentiated from each other. They had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, evil thoughts were good at scheming against others, while memory thoughts were good at excavating information from memories. But these two were very ordinary when used to deduce things. Star thoughts were not good at scheming against others. They were also not good at excavating information from memories, but they were very useful when used to deduce things. One star thought could resist 3 to 4 other thoughts. This ratio was not very impressive. But think about it, how many thoughts would one need to deduce an immortal goo recipe or immortal killer move? After this number was magnified, the difference was huge. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thoughts were expended. The advantage of using star thoughts to deduce was simply too huge. It could be said that the star thought wisdom path inheritance was the most suitable for Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had hated not having enough thoughts. The light of wisdom expended a lot of thoughts. No matter how many thoughts he had, they would all be expended. Fang Yuan had a lot of deductions in his hands. First was to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Previously, he did not succeed, he only completed a small portion. Second was to perfect the immortal goo recipe blood deity. He did not succeed either. Just a little. Third was to deduce an immortal killer move, using time luck immortal goo and minute light mortal goo together. Reducing the expenditure of minute light and temporarily increasing one's luck. Fang Yuan had tried this before, but he failed completely. The reason was that his time path attainment level was too low. Now, there was no need to deduce it, because Fang Yuan had already obtained an even better immortal killer move, time assist luck, from Fairy Li Shan. Fourth was to fuse pulling mountain and pulling water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the immortal killer move myriad self, to increase the power of myriad self. Fifth was to modify the refinement recipes of air sac goo and others. Dividing the steps into smaller steps would lower the risk of the goo refinement, and reduce the loss of hairy men. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, gradually calming his mind. Vaguely familiar face had to be deduced first, because the situation was getting more and more tense. Fang Yuan had to travel outside. He needed an immortal disguise to prevent his identity from being exposed. Modifying the recipes of air sac goo and others was not an urgent matter. Moreover, this plan involved too many things. In the future, Fang Yuan would refine goo on a large scale, not just air sac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, and star thought goo. As for blood deity, it was only a long-term plan, it was not even necessary. After all, Fang Yuan was walking strength path now. He planned to cultivate time path or wisdom path, he did not want to develop blood path. If it were before, Fang Yuan would naturally focus on deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. But now that Hu immortal blessed land was facing an impending earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to consider it first. He had to fuse pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move myriad self. Fang Yuan closed his eyes tightly. He calmed down and started to deduce. The starlight in his mind responded, countless star thoughts were boiling. Time passed, an hour, 4 hours, half a day, 1 day, 2 days, only on the afternoon of the 3rd day did Fang Yuan open his eyes. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, his face was filled with weariness and exhaustion. I finally fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move Myriad Self. Myriad Self's power has increased by 10%. If it is used against Earth Path Goo Immortals or some mountain or meteorite, the effect will be even higher, the power will increase by 20%. Fang Yuan inspected Star Thought Goo again. There were close to 40,000 Star Thought Goo left in his immortal aperture. There were originally over 50,000 Star Thought Goo, that was to say, this deduction only used over 10,000 Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo was truly durable. Of course, this durability is used to deduce things. Using Star Thought to plot against others and think of schemes is still better than malicious thought. In terms of memory, Star Thought Goo is not as durable as Memory Thought Goo. Be it Star Thought Goo, Memory Thought Goo, or Malicious Thought Goo, he still needed to refine and stock them up. This plan had a long way to go. Looking at the time, it was not time for Who Immortal Blessed Land's tribulation yet. But if he used this time to deduce the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face, there was not enough time, he would not be able to deduce anything. Fang Yuan returned to Dang Han Palace and continued to research on the Wisdom Path inheritance. This immortal level Wisdom Path inheritance had a huge amount of content. It included hundreds of mortal goo recipes, more than 10 immortal goo recipes, dozens of mortal killer moves, and close to 10 immortal killer moves. They involved offense, defense, advancement and retreat, storage, healing, and other aspects. Other than that, there were all sorts of wisdom path methods and techniques. For example, cultivation methods to expand the mind space, and methods to modify the heart and form the heart aperture. There was also knowledge of astronomy and geography, the distribution of resources in the 5 regions, the general situation of Northern Plains forces, as well as introducing the dangers one would encounter in cultivation and how to resolve them. There was also information on Goo Master's immortal ascension, the introduction of all sorts of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, as well as how to deal with them. Of course, there were also introductions of other paths, like Fire Path, Metal Path, Space Path, Time Path, and others, the strengths and weaknesses of the Goo Immortals of these paths, their needs, and how to deal with them in battle. There was also discussion on management methods, how to manage a Goo Immortal Blessed Land to allow one to survive and advance in cultivation. It could be said that this was a Goo Master's encyclopedia of cultivation. It allowed one to have a foothold in reality, distinguish between right and wrong, grasp methods to survive and deal with enemies, and cultivate to become stronger. This inheritance was not the work of the Creator, that Star Path Goo Immortal of the Celestial Court alone. Instead, every Goo Immortal who inherited this inheritance and used it to cultivate continued to add and improve on the content. Generation after generation, they expended a lot of effort and finally formed a cultivation manual. Fang Yuan could see a lot of the ancient history of Central Continent and Northern Plains from it. At the end of the Immortal Killer move, he found that the last inheritor, Dongfang Naganori, added a new Immortal Killer move, Hataru. Chapter 825. The value of this inheritance was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the Blood Path True inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Fang Yuan sighed, if I could obtain this inheritance earlier, be it in my previous life or current life, I would have become a Goo Immortal long ago. Fang Yuan had wasted so many years, stumbling along the path of cultivation, carefully crossing the river while feeling the rocks, only then did he have today's achievement. In comparison, Dongfang Naganori obtained this inheritance when he was still a Goo Master. His luck was truly enviable. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. The drizzle continued, hazy like smoke. A group of Goo Immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were trapped inside, cautiously looking for a way out. Damn it, don't let the drizzle fall on you, it has the ability to weaken immortal essence. The leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, suddenly had a change in expression as he shouted to warn the immortals behind him. Shark Demon could be said to be very experienced. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment this seemingly harmless drizzle appeared, he immediately realized that he was being attacked. Hearing his warning, the immortals quickly used all sorts of methods to erect defenses against the drizzle. But it was useless. This drizzle is actually pervasive. Is this Fairy Yulu's famous immortal killer move, Vanishing Immortal Essence Scattering Rain? One of the immortal zombies suddenly thought of a crucial piece of information, his expression turning ugly. Even if it is the famous Vanishing Immortal Powder, it can't be this strange and powerful. Our defensive methods are all useless. Another immortal zombie shouted. His tone was filled with fear. I know. In the previous round, we were all hit by that immortal killer move Rain Du Stain. Thus, we came to this round. We were hit by the Vanishing Immortal Powder but could not defend against it, we could only let it fall on us. Immortal zombie Su Baiman's eyes shined brightly. Suddenly, he said. The immortals quickly conversed. After getting the answer, their moods also turned heavy. This was not the first time they had attacked Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land, and between the rounds, they were very difficult to deal with. This group of Gu immortals were mostly immortal zombies. A total of 7 people, 5 of them were immortal zombies. Since the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie was already dead, the Blessed Land could not be operated. It was lifeless and could not produce immortal essence at all. Thus, in order for immortal zombies to obtain immortal essence, they could only convert it from the immortal Yuan stone. An immortal zombie's immortal essence was much more precious than ordinary Gu immortals, it was not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals entered this trial, before the battle even began, there was already immortal scattering primordial rain that fell, melting away their immortal essence, simply hitting right at their weak point. He watched as the immortal essence that he had painstakingly accumulated melted away one by one. The immortal zombies all felt their hearts ache. They hurriedly discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They had to get through this hurdle as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise, they would be in danger. The immortals displayed their various methods. However, an hour passed and there was no progress. Not good, this battlefield killer move is so hard to unravel. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have already been melted away. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Rank 8 Great Expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most proficient in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was his disciple. She has already learned the essence. Not only did she grasp many well-known battlefield killer moves. Shark Demon immediately took out Profound Ice House. It was not big, it was round like a sphere, the outside seemed to be made of thick ice bricks. Once it was taken out, it gave off a cold aura, causing the surrounding Gu immortals to shiver. Shark Demon was silent, he opened the door of the ice house and entered. Next came his beloved wife, Su Bai Man, and then the remaining 5 people entered in a single file. When they entered the house, it was a huge spherical space without any furnishings. The immortals floated inside, they were surrounded by a layer of cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. After a few breaths of time, the golden light stabilized. It was like golden threads were intertwining, forming a formation diagram. Shark Demon commanded the immortals to their positions. Standing on the formation core, he ordered, "Everyone, expend your immortal essence. Activate this immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house will record how much immortal essence you expend." Everyone knew that activating this immortal Gu house expended a lot of immortal essence. Activating it this time would cause them to expend even more immortal essence than before. If not for this flaw, Shark Demon would have activated the immortal Gu house long ago. The immortals had entered Yulu Blessed Land this time. They had not killed any strong enemies or encountered any battles. They had already suffered huge losses, they had expended a lot of immortal essence, they were feeling stifled. But after hearing this, they put away their dark thoughts, they had to put in their best effort. 15 minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor suddenly shot out. The meteor had an extremely strong momentum, it broke through the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. In the sky, this meteor suddenly stopped, it turned from extreme motion to extreme stillness, revealing its true form. It was the rank 6 Immortal Goo House, Profound Ice Incomplete House. Come out. Inside the house. Shark Demon had a defeated expression, he shouted. Shortly after, the door opened. The immortals flew out, floating in the sky. In the sky. The immortals looked down. Waves were surging on the surface of the sea, breaking the calm. It was caused by Profound Ice Incomplete House breaking through the surface of the sea. But the immortals' thoughts were focused on that Ulu blessed land at the bottom of the sea. The immortals had already attacked Ulu blessed land more than once, they had won and lost. This was not the first time he had suffered such a setback, but it was the most depressing one he had ever experienced. To attack Ulu blessed land, the key was not to force their way in, they had to consider a balance. This Ulu blessed land was already under the control of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, without competition from other forces. The proper way to attack it was to take it one step at a time. Facing such a profound battlefield killer move, even if they used Profound Ice Incomplete House, the immortals could only charge out of the blessed land, they could not break it. In that case, how should he break through this stage next? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He put away Profound Ice Incomplete House, feeling dejected as he thought, this is a huge loss. Not only did we not gain anything from attacking Ulu blessed land, we even used Profound Ice Incomplete House. When we return to Zombie Alliance, we will have to pay a huge sum of contribution points. Thankfully, we had this Profound Ice Incomplete House, otherwise, we would still be trapped there. Gu Immortal Budan spoke, feeling some lingering fear. Shark Demon stared at him fiercely, the latter kept quiet. The other Gu Immortals nodded slightly, they felt very fortunate that Shark Demon had brought Profound Ice Incomplete House with him. This Vanishing Immortal Scattered Essence Rain Killer move is too powerful. Even the Immortal Goo House could not defend against it, it landed on us directly. At the side, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had participated in this trip, suddenly spoke. Seeing that it was Tai Bai Yunsheng who spoke, Shark Demon's expression softened, he replied, that is because this Profound Ice Incomplete House's greatest use is to help Ice Path Goo Immortals cultivate. Don't look at how it looks on the outside, the inside is very damaged, it was barely repaired to a usable state. If it was a complete Immortal Goo House, even if we were hit by it, we would definitely be able to defend against it. So that's the case. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, not saying anything else. Alright, this exploration of Ulu blessed land is over, everyone is dismissed. Shark Demon waved his hand as he announced. The immortals quickly dispersed. Tai Bai Yunsheng, however, was not in a hurry to leave. Sir Tai Bai, what's the matter? Su Baiman asked. This immortal zombie couple had a very good attitude towards Tai Bai Yunsheng, the reason was naturally because of the man as before Immortal Goo in Tai Bai Yunsheng's possession. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled, both of you know that I am a Northern Plains Goo Immortal, I have been in Eastern Sea for some time now. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other, nodding. They had known this long ago. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have methods like Kanyang Lao Jun, he could not conceal his aura, it could not be faked. Thus, his identity as a Northern Plains Goo Immortal was exposed long ago. But this was not strange. Because Eastern Sea had earth tides. Every once in a while, boundless earth force would surge from the depths of the trench. It was a grand and majestic force of nature, it was powerful and terrifying, far exceeding the limits of rank 8 Goo Immortals. When the earth force surged and stirred the seawater, it formed an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful, it could easily create a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall. Chapter 826. When Gu immortals passed through the regional wall, it was extremely difficult and arduous. But every year at this time, because of the earth tide, Eastern Sea's regional wall would become weak. There would be Gu immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border who would take the chance to enter Eastern Sea. Of course, a small number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals would take the chance to enter Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border. Thus, it was not strange for Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border Gu immortals to come to Eastern Sea. Only Western Desert Gu immortals were truly rare in Eastern Sea. Because Western Desert and Eastern Sea were not connected, they were separated by Central Continent. Once Western Desert Gu immortals appeared in Eastern Sea, they would definitely attract attention. There were 5 regions in the world: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. Among them, Central Continent had the strongest overall strength with countless Gu master sections. Southern Border had a myriad of mountains and mountain ranges. Northern Plains grassland was flat and boundless, the tribes were the most mobile and battle-hungry. And Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. In the vast sea area, in the deep sea, there were countless fish, prawns and sea beasts, as well as countless minerals and precious stones. Gu immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border came to Eastern Sea mostly for these resources. It was a common situation. Especially in Northern Plains, it was a battlefield with the most scarce resources. There were many Northern Plains Gu immortals who came to Eastern Sea to seek opportunities to develop or to seek shelter. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued, "Thanks to the two of you, I have developed well in Eastern Sea, thus my immortal aperture is gradually becoming unstable. The earth tide is coming. I am going to use this chance to return to Northern Plains and place down my blessed land. I will stabilize my immortal aperture and face the earthly calamity." "So that's it." Shark Demon nodded. "We should have thought of it, Sir Tai Bai. You need to be careful when you go. Maybe you can let us escort you?" Su Baiman smiled and suggested. Tai Bai Yunsheng waved his hand. "No need, no need." Shark Demon and Su Baiman saw Tai Bai Yunsheng's rejection and did not mention it. Even though the earth tide would cause the regional walls. But weak points. There was also a formless tidal force entrenched, like countless submerged reefs and whirlpools. It was still very dangerous. To pass through there must be a correct route map. This route map was very precious. It was fine if there was a wisdom path Gu immortal to deduce it, but if there was no wisdom path method, it would be useless. He could only rely on himself to continuously explore. If they were escorted by Shark Demon and his wife, wouldn't the route map in Tai Bai Yunsheng's hands be leaked? Therefore, when the Shark Demon couple saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng refused, they couldn't force him. "Once Northern Plains is settled properly, I will take advantage of the next earth tide to return. Who knows, he might even persuade a few of his good friends to come here as well." Tai Bai Yunsheng spoke again, laying the groundwork for Fang Yuan's appearance. "Good. Tai Bai Bro's friends are our friends, of course we welcome them." Shark Demon laughed. He was very forthright and enthusiastic. Only then did Tai Bai Yunsheng leave. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's back that had shrunk to the size of an ant, Su Baiman frowned, transmitting to Shark Demon, "Even though the regional walls are weak, the earth tide is too terrifying. If one is careless and gets hit by the formless tidal force, it is a small matter to injure one's muscles and bones, one might even die on the spot. Look at how calm Tai Bai Yunsheng is, he must be very confident in the route map in his hands. Are we really not going to follow him? With this route map, we can enter Northern Plains. Even if we don't need it, we can hand it over to Zombie Alliance and exchange it for a large number of contribution points, reducing our losses this time." Shark Demon waved his hand, firmly rejecting, no need. The route map is not constant. After a few Earth tides, the formless tidal force will have a huge change. At that time, the old route map will lose its value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him and use man as before immortal goo to achieve our goal of rebirth. This is a long-term plan. We cannot ruin the good relationship we had with him with great difficulty just for some short-term benefits. Alright, I will listen to you. Su Baiman immediately dispelled her thoughts. She looked at her husband with a gentle gaze, but her zombie face was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not mind. He affectionately embraced Su Baiman, letting her lean on his chest, consoling her gently. I know what my wife is worried about. That's right, we were the ones who took the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land. This time, we used Profound Ice House. Our losses were huge. But it doesn't matter. In this world, who doesn't have setbacks and failures? We still have a foundation that can support us. Now, we have hope of rebirth. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I will always be by your side to protect you. Husband, Eastern Sea's blue waves stretched for thousands of li. The sky was clear. The sea and the sky merged into one. Occasionally, white seagulls could be seen flying. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew all the way, tearing through the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. He was flying very fast, but he was silent. Of course, this was only a mortal flying killer move. It could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. Once Fang Yuan's iron crown eagle strength goo burst out, he would be able to leave it far behind in an instant. But this killer move had an advantage. It was wrapped in clouds and mist. Mortals could not see through it. This was not the time of the 5 Regions War. There was still a gap between goo immortals and mortals. Most mortal goo masters had only heard of immortals. They had never seen one. Many even thought that immortals were only a legend. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a Northern Plains goo immortal after all. In Eastern Sea, he was only an outsider, thus he kept a low profile. First, he was guided by Fang Yuan. He took on the mission of healing the sea area in Hai Shi Blessed Land. After making some reputation, he came into contact with Shark Demon and the rest. Every time they attacked Yulu Blessed Land, he was there. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well. They naturally wanted his man as before. Shark Demon had time anchor immortal goo. When used with man as before, it was the hope of rebirth. Of course, Shark Demon and his wife had thought of snatching the immortal goo man as before. But unless they had methods like thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to snatch the immortal goo. Dongfang Naganori was so weak, while Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage. In the end, Dongfang Naganori self-detonated at a thought, causing Fang Yuan to not even get a single immortal goo. The difficulty of snatching immortal goo. It was easy to see how important it was. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew for a long time before he finally saw a gray spot on the sea surface. As the distance shortened, the gray spot gradually expanded in his vision. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring. There was little vegetation. It was basically barren gray-brown rocks. Even seabirds rarely visited it. In a place like Eastern Sea that was rich in resources, it was considered a barren land. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was a goo immortal. He did not care. He only treated it as a temporary residence. A lone island. Barren land. Naturally no one coveted it. There was less attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly descended from the sky, entering the island. He first inspected the goo formation that he had set up, to see if there were any changes. There were still some goo formations on the island, but they were all his simple arrangements. Simple surveillance was one layer of meaning. If he encountered other goo immortals, the goo formation would indicate that this place was not ownerless. That was the second layer of meaning. After a round of inspection, Tai Bai Yunsheng had close to 10 goo worms in his hands. These were all information path goo worms. They carried information. It turned out that even though Tai Bai Yunsheng kept a low profile, as a time path healing goo immortal, the immortal goo he had were too outstanding. They were like needles in a bag, they could not be hidden for long. These information path goo worms came from all sorts of people. Some were super forces, some were demonic path people, some were immortal zombies, and some were righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them invited Tai Bai Yunsheng to heal some things. A small portion did not invite Tai Bai Yunsheng to heal them, they wanted to form good karma. What if something unexpected happened in the future? Wouldn't this good karma be useful then? Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person, he also had two-time path immortal goo. He was very popular in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng took these information path goo worms and entered the cave. This cave was only created by him temporarily, he did not spend much effort on it, thus it was very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunsheng first replied to these information path goo worms one by one, rejecting their invitations before falling into deep thought. Even though I have a stargate and can easily return to Hu immortal blessed land. But in this situation, I cannot directly open the stargate, that will ruin things. Tai Bai Yunsheng could be considered a celebrity now, his actions were secretly watched by many people. Thus, returning to Hu immortal blessed land was more troublesome than before. He really had to first go to the regional wall and use the stargate when no one was paying attention. Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan studied the wisdom path inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were spent in his mind, but he gained a lot of insights. Dongfang Naganori is overflowing with talent, this wisdom path inheritance is mainly used for deduction, it is not good at fighting. But the immortal killer move Hataru that he came up with is unique, it uses the deduction advantage of the inheritance and almost perfectly transforms it into an offensive attack. Looking at the entire inheritance, the myriad star fireflies is without a doubt the number one offensive killing move. This was Fang Yuan's greatest emotion. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yunsheng, he had a strong sense of aggression. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods in the inheritance. Why did this Hataru make Fang Yuan feel so emotional? The foundation of this move was still star thought goo. Each starlight firefly had a star thought wrapped around it. Using this move expended an astonishing amount of energy. Not only did it expend immortal essence, it also expended the wisdom path Dao marks on the goo immortal's body. Goo immortals had Dao marks on their bodies, Fang Yuan had strength path Dao marks, while fire path goo immortals had fire path Dao marks. Dongfang Naganori naturally had wisdom path Dao marks, every time he used this move, he would expend at least 16 wisdom path Dao marks. One had to know that Dao marks were extremely rare. If goo immortals wanted to obtain Dao marks, other than rare and unique methods, the most orthodox and mainstream method was to undergo heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every time they underwent one, they would obtain Dao marks on their body. The number of Dao marks depended on the strength of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the more Dao marks they would obtain. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan could afford to use immortal goo, but he did not have the wealth to refine immortal goo. Even if he made some money, he was still far from being able to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, they were fragments of the laws of the great Tao. Refining immortal goo required a lot of immortal materials and immortal yuan stone. And most importantly, when refining immortal goo, one could not just prepare one set of materials, one had to prepare many sets, because the success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. Dongfang Naganori was a formidable person, he was the number one wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains, he had been in charge of a super force for many years, and had secretly transacted with Crane Gate, obtaining a lot of funding. Even so, he only had 8 immortal goo at his peak. Among the 8, there were side methods like Ment's Blood immortal goo and Split Shadow immortal goo. There were more than 10 immortal goo recipes recorded in the Wisdom Path inheritance, but he had only refined less than half of them. Like old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, the former was the number 1 rank 8 battle strength in Northern Plains, while the latter was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu immortals. They could be considered to have a deep foundation and a large family business. But to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, even with Ma Hongyun, they could save a lot of time and resources, but to do so, they would need to expend almost all of their assets. It was a gamble. With Fang Yuan's current situation, there was no way he could refine an immortal Gu, it was just wishful thinking. Other than star-thought immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had another immortal killer move that he wanted the most. It was called Star Fog Concealment. This move allowed the Gu immortal to be shrouded in a thin layer of starlight fog, concealing their appearance and body. Outsiders would not be able to see them clearly. Of course, this was only the effect on the surface. The real effect was that it could conceal heaven's secrets. When other wisdom path Gu immortals tried to deduce the Gu immortal, they would be able to get vague answers. This was almost the same effect as Dark Limit immortal Gu. Dark Limit immortal Gu was actually obscured, it could not be deduced. Star Fog Concealment was vague, it was difficult to deduce, the answer would not be accurate. This Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move was one of the more obscure ones in the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. Many inheritors did not have experience in using it, thus there were very few records of it. Because Wisdom Path Gu immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path Gu immortals had even fewer chances of scheming against each other. In most situations, even if they used it, they would not be able to get a deduction from the enemy. After Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, he also sighed towards a person like Dongfang Naganori. He also talked about his recent situation with Fang Yuan. All in all, Tai Bai Yunsheng was very popular in Eastern Sea. His development was really good. At this rate, he would become another Fairy Li Shan. Tai Bai Yunsheng then talked about Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon had attacked it many times, he had encountered countless difficulties, but until now, he had not truly entered Yulu Blessed Land, he was obstructed by the outskirts. Fang Yuan sighed. Fairy Yulu was a rank 8 Gu immortal back then, her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Yulu Grotto Heaven fell to become Yulu Blessed Land, but its might is still there. It is probably one of the most difficult blessed lands to attack in this world. Actually, there are many factors that affect the defense of a blessed land. First, the source of the blessed land is the same. Second, whether there is a land spirit. Third, whether there is sufficient immortal essence. Fourth, whether there are desolate beasts and other guards. Fifth, whether there are immortal Gu. Sixth, immortal killer moves. Seventh, whether there are immortal Gu houses. Eighth, whether there are Gu immortals, and so on. However, in my opinion, the attack and defense of a blessed land can only be determined by one thing, the quantity of Dao marks. Tai Bai Yunsheng listened to Fang Yuan's words, he had only nodded, because the words were old news. But when he heard Fang Yuan's final sentence, which seemed to be the finishing touch, his heart jolted, he showed an interested expression as he said, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan did not answer, instead he asked Tai Bai Yunsheng, Old Bai, do you know the saying, man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth? These souls were very tattered, they came from mortals and should not be worth mentioning. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's soul was suppressed by these remnant souls. But thankfully, they did not have any intelligence and could not cooperate with each other. Fang Yuan mobilized his soul and concentrated his attacks, paying a huge price before finally exterminating these remnant souls. After the battle, Fang Yuan's soul was only left with 30% of its original size. It was dim and lightless, like a candle in the wind, on its last breath. His injuries were extremely severe. But thankfully, he had guts goo. Right now, he crushed air sac goo, the guts goo inside also shattered, turning into the best resources in the world to strengthen his soul. A moment later, Fang Yuan's soul completely recovered, returning to its peak state. Compared to before, his soul was more condensed, it was like a piece of metal that had been forged, it was more compact. On the stage, with the dean at the lead, 6 elders were sitting and observing the competition, preventing any cheating. As time passed, the 4th, 5th and 6th young Gu masters reached the final crucial step one by one. It is basically confirmed, the winner will be one of Chao Yu, Xie Lan, and Lu Wen. As long as they do not make any mistakes, they will be the top 3. Although the other Gu masters have also reached the final hurdle, they have already taken too much time. While the spectators were discussing, the elders were also secretly communicating. Thus, Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to dig so many poisonous blood lakes. He wanted to use these poisonous blood as nutrients. Under the control of the Gu formation, it would permeate the soil and grow blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. Of course, to ensure the vitality of the blood trace foxes, Fang Yuan also wanted to bring in some poison-beard wolves. The previous Immortal blessed land was not suitable for these poison-beard wolves. But now, with the poisonous blood, a small portion of the poison-beard wolves could survive. There was no need for too many poison-beard wolves, only a small portion was needed to create a catfish effect on the blood trace foxes. Fang Yuan was extremely busy, his feet were about to hit the back of his head. Time always passed quickly when one was busy. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed in Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan's modification of Immortal blessed land had finally come to an end. Immortal blessed land was reborn. In the east, Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake complemented each other. There were many small lakes and ponds in the surroundings. In the sky, there was a star fragment grassland. In the lakes, there were dragon fish, bubble fish, black carp, and blood jade carp. Beside the lakes, there were shark fin wolf groups, water wolf groups, and some earth skin pigs. In the west, the number of lakes increased, surpassing the number in the east. In the center of the west, there was a charcoal rock lake. At every set distance, there would be a blood poison lake. Hundreds and thousands of blood lakes were evenly distributed in the west of the blessed land. If one looked at it from a bird's eye view, it would be a spectacular sight. Not long from now, this place would form blood scythe grassland and red axe flower sea. Currently, there were only a few blood trace rabbits, a few poison beard wolves, and a few blood trace foxes. But the blood trace foxes would continue to be brought in from the outside, their numbers would increase. Flying Frost Sect's first elder is coming with great momentum. They are trying to regain their face from Five Virtues Sect. That's right, last time, Five Virtues Sect and Flying Frost Sect fought for the Spring Eye. In the end, Five Virtues Sect barely won, while Flying Frost Sect suffered heavy losses. Everyone discussed, not wanting to offend Flying Frost Sect, they all moved aside. Damn it, they are going too far. The disciple helped his master up, gritting his teeth and wanting to argue. Don't go. The master was an experienced person, quickly stopping his disciple. What kind of force is Flying Frost Sect? In front of Fang Yuan, a male Gu master asked his companion. After getting the answer, the Gu master sneered in disdain. Humph, the whole sect only has 3 rank 5 Gu masters, they are only a so-so. The companion beside him quickly persuaded, this is Central Continent, not Eastern Sea, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory, it is better to avoid trouble. Forget it, forget it. The male Gu master thought about it, finally snorting coldly, not waiting for Flying Frost Sect's people to arrive, he squeezed into the crowd on the right. What's wrong with you, are you blind? Move aside, move aside. The strong man arrived behind Fang Yuan and shouted angrily, trying to drive him away. Fang Yuan did not turn around, turning a deaf ear to him. The strong man showed anger on his face, but his expression immediately changed. Rank 5 cultivation? Fang Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 Gu master, he intentionally leaked a trace of his aura. The strong men were bewildered, quickly retracting their hands. On the bamboo chair, Flying Frost Sect's first elder, Han, sat up straight, staring at Fang Yuan's back. Rank 5 aura, it's real. Such a disguise, he is either a lone cultivator or a demonic Gu master. Han squinted, waving his hand as he ordered, still not moving to the front. The men hurriedly accepted the order and turned around, avoiding Fang Yuan and moving forward. In the mortal world, rank 5 was definitely a peak existence, the leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Crane Gate only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of people who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The young disciple and master merged into the crowd again. The young disciple looked at the back of Flying Frost Sect's people, feeling indignant. Next, he turned his curious, probing, and slightly worshipping gaze towards Fang Yuan. The white-clothed young master on the right kept his fan and got off the leopard. The group of female Gu masters in front purposely stopped, and many other Gu masters took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan, expressing their goodwill. Rank 5 Gu master, such a person, if they could befriend him. On the side of the road, the Five Virtues Sect disciple in charge of maintaining order also sent a message, quickly report, we discovered a rank 5 Gu master. Chapter 836. They followed the main road up the mountain and arrived at the mountainside. A wide platform had been opened up here, and 3 large words were carved on the mountain wall, Disciple Selection Platform. Presumably, it was the place where the aptitude of the new disciples would be tested every year, and then the elders would choose the new disciples. But now, the place had been roughly remodeled. There was a simple Gu formation on the floor, separating the areas. Each piece was labeled with a number. Every once in a while, the people in front would move a little. On both sides of the road, there were disciples of the Five Virtues Sect handing out number plates. Fang Yuan received a number plate with the number 63 on it. He walked up to the disciple selection platform, found the 63rd position, and sat cross-legged on the floor tiles. A moment later, the people in the square sat down. A Five Virtues Sect elder announced loudly, "This year's Refinement Path Convention has 4 entry questions, begin." At the next moment, the hundreds of Gu masters on the disciple selection stage made their moves, displaying their abilities. Some of them had a ball of flame in their palms. This was the fire refinement technique. Some of them spat out clouds of smoke from their mouths. This was the smoke refinement technique. Some released several ice snakes. The ice snakes raised their heads and spat out cold air. This was ice refinement. On the other hand, a few tens of specks of starlight fluttered about in Fang Yuan's hand, and they were like a group of azure fireflies that coiled and flew about. According to the order, Fang Yuan put in the goo refinement materials. After a quarter of an hour, he finished all the questions and stood up. So fast. The 5 Virtues sect elder in charge of the scene had already known of Fang Yuan's rank 5 goo master identity and had been paying attention to him. Even so, when Fang Yuan stood up, the elder still had a look of surprise on his face. The speed at which Fang Yuan completed the task was simply too fast. He didn't make a single mistake. His technique was extremely proficient. What? Someone's already done it? Fang Yuan's action was shocking. This attracted the attention of many goo masters refining goo. It's that mysterious rank 5 goo master. The old master stood outside and saw Fang Yuan. His pupils constricted slightly, and then he cast a worried gaze towards his disciple, praying in his heart, "My good disciple, you can't be distracted because of this and be disturbed." Thankfully, his young disciple was focused on refining goo and did not notice Fang Yuan's movements. Fang Yuan walked up the platform. On the high platform, the 5 Virtues sect elder immediately left his seat and personally inspected the 4 goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands. There aren't any negative effects. It's like a well-fed goo worm. Its condition is extremely stable. The elder of the 5 Virtues sect was inwardly alarmed. After he finished inspecting, he cupped his hands towards Fang Yuan and warmly said, "Darren, please go up the mountain this way." Fang Yuan nodded. He slowly walked away from the disciple selection platform. Impossible, right? Someone actually passed in less than a third of the time, such powerful refinement path attainments. Outside the stage, the crowd discussed noisily. Even the goo masters refining goo inside the stage were stunned. There were also a few who were too shocked that their minds were shaken. This caused the goo refinement to fail. Fang Yuan did not need to conceal his identity in this refinement path convention. He was also a goo immortal. There was no need to hide. He started up the path up the mountain, and presently. After a while, a 5 Virtues sect elder came up to greet him. "Sir, please wait for a moment." The elder had just spoken when Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know why you are here." "I have no such intentions, a mere 5 Virtues sect cannot accommodate me." The elder was stunned, anger flashed on his face. He had come here with the sect leader's orders, to recruit Fang Yuan and invite him to become an external elder of the sect. In fact, 5 Virtues sect was one of the registration points for the Refinement Path Convention. It was to recruit talents. Originally, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was rank 5, everyone in 5 Virtues sect was paying close attention to him. The refinement path attainment he displayed earlier even shocked the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect. How could he let go of such a talent? Thus, he ordered the elder to come forward and discuss. In the end, before this elder could state his intentions, he was rejected by Fang Yuan. This elder was very embarrassed after being rejected by Fang Yuan. "What else do you want?" Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple from anger. He snorted coldly, "Sir, you are actually looking down on my 5 Virtues sect, aren't you being too arrogant? You want to duel with me?" Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger froze. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, sir, you think highly of yourself. I am sure you will be able to obtain first place in the Refinement Path Convention. My 5 Virtues sect will wait and see." Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to move forward. Turning around a cliff, he saw Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the forest. It was emerald green and complemented the surrounding vegetation. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. there were countless tables and chairs in the hall, there were even elite disciples of 5 Virtues sect waiting for him. Seeing Fang Yuan appear, one of the disciples quickly went to greet him. "Senior, may I know your name, which sect, and which Gu master path you cultivate?" Fang Yuan said solemnly, "My name is Fang Yuan, my sect is a secret, my main path is a secret." "Oh, alright, senior, please pay 100 yuan stone as the registration fee. This fee will be used for..." Before this disciple finished speaking, Fang Yuan threw the prepared yuan stone over. The disciple caught it in a fluster, saying politely, "Please take a seat." After a while, Fang Yuan obtained a token. Fang Yuan's name was written on the token. Behind the token was a row of small words: "Sect is a secret, path is a secret, register at 5 Virtues sect." At the end, there was still the registration time. "Senior, please keep this token well. If you lose it, please replace it as soon as possible, otherwise, you will not be able to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue up the mountain, there will be the first Gu Refinement Competition in Fire Virtue Hall. Only by passing this competition will you be qualified to participate in the second round." This disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left Wood Virtue Hall. At this point, the registration was over. Chapter 837. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a wonderful method. The Gu recipe had already been given, but Gu masters could use many methods to refine Gu. For example, fusing 2 materials and using fire to melt them was one method. Using water to melt them and mix them together was another method. Both methods were different, but they could achieve the same result. 30 minutes later, Fang Yuan's name was at first place. He had obtained green shine Gu. Fang Yuan had not practiced this water and fire refinement method much, but water light Gu was too easy to refine. Even if Fang Yuan was not familiar with it, he managed to refine 177 Gu. It was one more than the standard for first place. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance made the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect personally come over to greet him because of that elder's bad attitude. Next, this sect leader faintly showed the intention of recruiting him, but his tone was extremely tactful. Fang Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not angry. His attitude became even more polite, personally sending Fang Yuan out. Passers-by who saw this scene cast surprised gazes. Being able to get first place proved that his refinement path attainment was extraordinary. No matter what cultivation level, he would be passionately recruited by all the large forces. Just by relying on refinement path, Fang Yuan had a foundation in the mortal world. He would be able to eat and drink well almost everywhere he went. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. Thus, 5 Virtues sect leader did not dare to offend Fang Yuan. His attitude was extremely polite. Evidently, this sect leader not only had a deep background, he also had sharp and accurate judgment, and was able to adapt to circumstances. It was no wonder he could single-handedly create a foundation like 5 Virtues sect. But he would never have thought that Fang Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the vast number of mortals, there were still too few immortals. 5 Virtues sect leader was worrying too much, according to Fang Yuan's personality. No matter how unpleasant that elder's words were, Fang Yuan would remain indifferent. As long as he did not obstruct his path of seeking eternal life. Whether it was insults or praises, they were just words. Fang Yuan would not take it to heart. There was still some time before the second match. After Fang Yuan left 5 Virtues sect, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 1 day in Middle Continent was equivalent to 3 days and 2 nights in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you asked for before is here. I've already prepared it for you. As soon as Fang Yuan returned, the land spirit, Little Fox Fairy, appeared and brought him a piece of good news. Her face was filled with a "come and praise me" expression. Very good. Fang Yuan rubbed Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal was very happy. She smiled until her eyes narrowed. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit to prepare some mortal goo worms. Some were bought from jewel yellow skies, some were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Holding these mortal goo, Fang Yuan released a small amount of nebula. Nebula flew out of his mind and entered his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, Mo Yao's fake will was imprisoned. Fang Yuan. What will is this? Seeing the arrival of Fang Yuan's nebula, Mo Yao's fake will immediately felt something amiss. Fang Yuan's nebula smiled. Without saying anything, it pounced forward. Mo Yao's fake will could not dodge in time. The two wills collided and tangled together. Mo Yao's fake will screamed in shock. It wanted to escape, but it kept retreating. Where are you going? Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move, locking Mo Yao's fake will in place. Fang Yuan, you need to reconsider. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot restrain me. If we fall out, it will not benefit anyone. Mo Yao's fake will was locked in place and attacked by Fang Yuan's nebula, but it could still speak. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will flowed like water, suppressing Fang Yuan's nebula. It was about to turn back into human form. This showed that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's fake will had the upper hand. Its experience far surpassed Fang Yuan's. But Fang Yuan did not panic. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-pointed star drill, directly shattering Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan's nebula took the chance to counterattack. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak anymore. It quickly fought and tried to maintain its position. But at this time, Fang Yuan's third killer move was used, forming a starlight whirlpool that hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will's control over the battle completely disappeared. It helplessly moved along with Fang Yuan's nebula, along with the starlight whirlpool. The two wills rapidly communicated. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments, but Fang Yuan's nebula learned about it. At the same time, Fang Yuan's nebula memories were also learned by Mo Yao's fake will. During the communication, Mo Yao screamed, "Fang Yuan, you are too stupid. Too arrogant. At most, we will go our separate ways." Saying so, Mo Yao's fake will rapidly decreased. It actually attempted suicide. It was trying to destroy itself. Fang Yuan chuckled. He had already calculated this move. With a thought, a starlight pillar descended from the sky, shining on the starlight whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Mo Yao's fake will took the initiative to commit suicide. The fake will continue to decrease. But under the starlight, the fake will continue to be produced. Even Fang Yuan's nebula took the initiative to transform into fake will. It actually replenished the past. Mo Yao's fake will could not grow. It maintained a certain size. It could not even commit suicide. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had admitted defeat and committed suicide before, I could only watch. I could not do anything. But now, if I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you cannot die even if you want to. Obediently spit out everything you know. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. Mo Yao's fake will was like dead ashes. Fang Yuan actually grasped the method to subdue her so quickly. This was far out of her expectations. This way, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she no longer had any value. She was clear that she had no chance of surviving. Like what Fang Yuan said, if it were before, she would have committed suicide immediately. Fang Yuan would not have gotten anything. But in this world, as long as it existed, it had the instinct to survive. Even an ant wanted to live. As long as there was a trace of hope, even Mo Yao's will did not have the intention to commit suicide. Maybe because they were united, their prayers were effective. At the crucial moment, the soul fire in front of Fang Yuan suddenly exploded. 10 ghost fire goo were about to form, but one of them turned into ashes, falling from the fire and becoming a pile of ashes on the ground. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined. Some outspoken righteous path goo masters even cheered. But when they thought of Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut their mouths, but their joyful expressions could not be concealed. And Han also showed slight joy on his face. Fang Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to Fang Yuan's previous progress, he was already at the final few steps of the refinement. Fang Yuan's refinement speed was very fast. Spectral soul incineration's effect was very obvious. If he skipped a few steps and succeeded, he would need less than 15 minutes. First place would be Fang Yuan's. Of course, Fang Yuan did not care about these rewards and rankings. But Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect. As the host, if he failed, he would lose a lot of face in front of his peers. Secondly, obtaining first place in the Refinement Path Convention was an extremely high honor for a Refinement Path Goo Master. The reward for first place also made Han extremely moved. Alright, this way, he will have to refine Goo again. Refining 9 Ghost Fire Goo, even if he is missing 1, he will not pass. He can only start again and refine 10 at the same time, only then can he pass. And Han barely restrained his expression, but he was overjoyed inwardly. As expected, those who commit unrighteousness will bring about their own destruction. Even if he uses living souls to refine Goo, he will fail. He is the winner of 5 Virtues Sect's first round, so be it. But in our Flying Frost sect, first place will definitely belong to Lord Han. Unorthodox demonic path, failing in Goo refinement, this is truly satisfying. The spectators conversed secretly. Of course, there was a Goo formation that isolated sound. It would not disturb the Goo master refining the Goo. But just as everyone was rejoicing, the ghost fire in Fang Yuan's hands suddenly split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, one big and one small. The big lump contained 9 ghost fire Goo embryonic forms. There was nothing in the small lump of ghost fire. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply and became serious. The explosion of that ghost fire Goo earlier was not his mistake, but the Goo refinement itself had a chance of failure. Although the failure rate of rank 2 Goo was not high, and Fang Yuan had already perfected it, there was nothing he could do about this probability. Right now, he was maintaining the large lump of ghost fire with one hand, while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire, a boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together. The small lump of ghost fire suddenly burst into flames, emitting miserable cries. He actually used a human soul. In public, he even dared to burn a human soul. This. He, as expected of a demonic path rank 5 existence, he is so arrogant. Flying Frost sect's people had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Fang Yuan was publicly burning human souls to refine Goo here. He was not putting Flying Frost sect in his eyes at all. But this was the Refinement Path Convention. No matter how unhappy Flying Frost sect was, they could not stop Fang Yuan from refining Goo. Unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects and not let their sect continue to exist. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His attention was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to throw in Goo refinement materials, controlling the ghost fire's size, strength, and weakness. At the crucial step, he threw a pill fire Goo and a soul ball Goo into the fire at lightning speed. Chapter 839. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan silently stood up and slowly walked out of the arena. Whoosh! Such deep refinement path attainment. He is actually multitasking, slowing down the refinement speed of the 9 ghost fire Goo embryonic forms, and refining the last ghost fire Goo at an extremely fast speed. Ghost Fire Gu refinement itself is extremely taxing on the mind, but he is still able to do it easily at this moment. Does he cultivate Soul Path or Wisdom Path? And Han was bewildered. First Elder, First Elder? A disciple beside An Han reminded softly. What is it? An Han regained his senses, his face heating up. Unknowingly, he had already stood up from his seat. Losing his composure like this was a huge loss of face. At this time, Flying Frost Sect's leader looked at An Han. This was the Refinement Path convention. He naturally had to use Refinement Path as a method to regain his face. An Han's heart jumped. He knew the leader's intention. He could only brace himself and enter the arena. Seeing their first elder enter the arena, many Flying Frost Sect disciples outside the arena cheered loudly. Their dejected expressions were swept away. Even outsiders, seeing the famous An Han enter the arena, could not help but look at him favorably. But among the crowd, there were discerning people. At this time, an old Gu master sighed softly. This An Han is in trouble. Why is that, master? Beside the old Gu master, a youngster was puzzled. This pair of master and disciple was the pair of lone cultivators who had gone to Five Virtues sect to register and were pushed to the ground by the strong men who cleared the path for An Han when they walked beside Fang Yuan. That demonic path Gu master, Fang Yuan, is extremely amazing. His refinement path attainment is deep. That move just now was more than just multitasking. To achieve this, I can only do it when I am at the peak of my life. I can only do it when I am at the peak of my life. The difficulty in this. Outsiders cannot see it, only the more experienced refinement path Gu masters are. Only then will they understand. This An Han is also quite skilled, but precisely because of this, he knows he cannot compare to the demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan. Look at how he lost his composure and stood up. His mind has already been captured by Fang Yuan. The old Gu master spoke with assurance, but his voice was naturally very low. In his current state, if he wants to refine Gu, he might not even be able to display half of his true abilities. And most importantly, since Fang Yuan had already won first place, no matter how hard An Han worked, nothing could be changed in this respect. Unless he found another way and used far less time than Fang Yuan, he would not be able to save the Flying Frost Sect's lost face. Unfortunately, if he had this talent, he wouldn't have stayed in the Flying Frost Pavilion for so many years. The young Gu master nodded, agreeing, Master, you are right. This Flying Frost Sect's pavilion lord was an amateur in Gu refinement. It was a completely foolish move to send troops this time. Impatient for quick results. This is like what Master taught me. You cannot be impatient in Gu refinement, you cannot be impatient. I think it's the same principle for managing a sect. The old Gu master heard this. His eyes lit up, and he looked at his only disciple with gratification. Not bad, my disciple, you are indeed talented and intelligent. He had the root of wisdom and comprehension. The great Tao of the world actually led to the same destination. You can understand the principle of Gu refinement. From other aspects, it can be seen that your refinement path attainment has already reached a higher level. This second round of competition will definitely be a great success. The young Gu master smiled. This is all because of Master's teachings. You did not hide anything. If I was not picked up by Master, I would have starved to death long ago. My achievements today are all because of Master's nurturing. Disciple was confident that as long as I use 13 Gu refinement methods, would be able to get first place. But now, the first place has been taken by that demonic path Gu master. Master, let disciple snatch back that green shine Gu for you. What? The old master turned pale with fright, and quickly tried to stop him. Disciple, you mustn't. But it was already too late. The young Gu master was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, and shouted loudly, Senior Fang Yuan, may I be so bold as to have a duel with you? This scene took a long time to explain, but only a little time had passed. Fang Yuan had just left the stage, and was not far away. because he still had to hand over the first-place reward to Flying Frost Sect. And Han stood up, and was about to enter the stage. The young Gu master's words caused a huge commotion, immediately attracting everyone's attention. "It's a duel, a duel. Who is that young man? He actually dares to duel with that rank 5 demon. I know him, he was 5 Virtues Sect's second place in the last round, a genuine refinement path genius. The young tiger is not afraid of the old lion's might, this is going to be a good show." The old master's expression was miserable, but it was already too late to stop him. He stood on the spot helplessly, feeling extremely worried and regretful. "I only cared about teaching my disciple refinement path, and forgot to teach him the dangers and dangers of the world. I shouldn't have done this, I shouldn't have done this." The young Gu master, who was the center of attention, slowly walked away from the crowd, and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. His gaze was bright and his expression was firm. First Elder and Han had just stepped into the stage, but such a thing happened, he could not help but feel dispirited. He was originally an influential person, his every move attracting people's attention, but today's situation was really terrible. Not only did he embarrass himself, he was even publicly ignored. He could not help but feel angry and hateful. "Duel? Who wants to duel with me?" Fang Yuan smiled. He turned his head and looked over. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was held once every 100 years. It was a grand event that was renowned throughout the 5 regions. According to the competition, there were large competitions and small competitions. The 5 regions competition was the largest competition that Fang Yuan had participated in so far. First, they had to go through all the competition points in Central Continent, and a large number of Gu masters would be eliminated, until only a small number of people could participate in the finals. Small competitions were usually held in different regions. According to previous conventions, they were divided into Central Continent small competitions, Southern Border small competitions, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and so on. Chapter 840. The atmosphere became more intense. The young Gu master Zheng Shanchuan and Fang Yuan could not back down. The old master sensed that most of the Gu masters were from Flying Frost Sect. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He had a bitter expression. Fang Yuan thought about the name Zheng Shanchuan. He felt that it was familiar. But as an immortal zombie, his thoughts were not as sharp as a living person. He could not recall it. Fang Yuan suppressed the star thoughts in his mind, activating his memory thoughts to dig through his memories. He finally remembered. In Central Continent's eastern coast, hundreds of years later, a super force rose up. It was called Shanchuan Hall. Its founder was named Zheng Shanchuan. Shanchuan Hall was skilled in refinement path. Dream realms manifested. When dream path flourished, Shanchuan Hall's leader caught up with the times and became a Gu immortal. But in that era, it was not strange for mortals to become Gu immortals. Especially when dream realms appeared, they provided countless opportunities to ordinary Gu masters. Dragons and snakes hide in the grass. Many people lacked opportunities. Fortunately, dream realms manifested and gave many fortuitous encounters. The 5 regions' chaotic war gave a large number of low-level Gu masters a chance to rise up. In the great era of the 5 regions' chaotic war, all sorts of people emerged. They shone like stars in the sky. There was a huge commotion. The 10 great ancient sects gradually lost control over Central Continent. Many new sects rose up. Among them, there were 10 outstanding talents. They were called the 10 great new sects. They openly challenged the ancient sects. They were in the limelight. Unlike now, the 10 great ancient sects had complete control over Central Continent. Even super forces with Gu immortals could not leave the 10 great ancient sects and get rid of their vassal status. According to the time, this Zheng Shanchuan in front of me. Is he the founder of Shanchuan Hall? Since he was able to become second in 5 Virtues Sect, he definitely has refinement path master attainment level. At such a young age. He is a refinement path master. he is truly a genius. It fits Zheng Shanchuan's description. Great teachers produce great disciples. Then this old man should be Old Man Qishan. Old Man Qishan was poisoned by someone, he had been suffering from the poison. Zheng Shanchuan was filial, he tried all ways to cure his master. That's right, green shine goo is the best healing goo to cure heat poison. Unfortunately, even Old Man Qishan did not know that the poison in his body was a poison of transformation. On the surface, it looked like a heat poison, but after using green shine goo, it would turn into a cold poison. The toxicity was at least twice as strong. But eventually, Zheng Shanchuan succeeded in curing his master's poison. He gathered green shine goo, blue shine goo, red shine goo, and the rest of the 9 types of shine goo to form the healing killer move 9 shine. It was invulnerable to all poisons. Afterwards, his bloodline descendant, Mountain Creek Hall's Hall leader, who became a goo immortal, brought this killer move to greater heights, modifying it into the immortal killer move Profound Light 9 Luminaries. He became a light path healing expert and gained some fame during the 5 regions chaotic war. Fang Yuan used his memory to dig out the information that had been covered in dust by the dust of time. He could see everything around him clearly. He was well aware of An Han's scheme. After observing for a while, he felt that the master and disciple before him were most likely Old Man Qishan and Zheng Shanchuan. He used luck inspection goo to observe the two. Flying Frost Sect was the venue of the Refinement Path Convention. There was a strict arrangement of goo worms, forbidding goo masters from using goo worms casually. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body. How is that possible? How old was he? He was already a refinement path master. If that's the case, wouldn't I be living like a dog at my age? But as the competition continued, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Zheng Shanchuan used close to 10 goo refinement methods. He was extremely familiar with them. It was a dazzling sight. Among the spectators, the voices guessing Zheng Shanchuan's refinement master attainment were getting louder and louder. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was still researching the goo recipe. He had not started the goo refinement yet. As time went by, everyone became even more pessimistic about Fang Yuan's chances. Oh no! Old Man Qishan frowned. This person has such a calm temperament, he needs to see through every step before he can actually start the goo refinement. This is calmness in the face of danger, it is the demeanor of a great expert. Thankfully, I use time as the standard, whoever refines it first wins. Careful goo's refinement process is very complex, unless the other party is already familiar with this goo recipe and has practiced it more than Little Chuan. That was impossible. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this careful goo's recipe. Strictly speaking, careful goo was a wisdom path goo worm, but it was very useful in refinement path. Fang Yuan guessed that this was likely the core goo of Zheng Shanchuan's inheritance. In history, Shanchuan Hall's goo masters were most proficient in refining goo worms that had crucial steps, and these steps were crucial to success or failure. Careful goo was most proficient in assisting refinement path goo masters in dealing with these troublesome steps. Fang Yuan looked at this goo recipe several times before he was able to comprehend it in his heart and comprehend it thoroughly. He was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster, it was not hard for him to understand a rank 3 goo recipe. In fact, he was not only looking at the goo recipe, he was also observing Zheng Shanchuan's methods. Zheng Shanchuan was already at the middle of the goo refinement. Fang Yuan had seen all of his methods. Even Fang Yuan had to nod in agreement. It was very rare for Zheng Shanchuan to reach this stage at his age. But in the eyes of a refinement path quasi-grandmaster like Fang Yuan, his methods were not proficient enough, there were flaws in handling the materials. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, starting to refine the goo. He is finally starting to refine the goo. Soft mocking laughter could be heard. He's not in a hurry at all, someone commented. Fang Yuan started the goo refinement, it attracted Zheng Shanchuan's attention. However, he only glanced at it and quickly focused his attention back on his hands. Fang Yuan started to refine the goo, he did it step by step, everyone looked at him in disdain, he was clearly copying Zheng Shanchuan's methods. But not long after, Fang Yuan made a change, he used a different method and his goo refinement speed became faster and faster. The mocking laughter faded away, everyone looked at Fang Yuan's lightning-fast methods, they were all shaken. He has already used more than 10 goo refinement methods. Chapter 843. After the second round of the goo refinement competition ended, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Some time had already passed in the Blessed Land, Mo Yao's will had recovered under Fang Yuan's arrangements, he could search wills again. Fang Yuan did not show any pity, he searched Mo Yao's will again. This time, he obtained many of Mo Yao's goo refinement methods, he even obtained a refinement path killer move. In the memories that Mo Yao's fake will had, most of them were related to goo refinement. In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house, her refinement path methods were an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan learned them, he felt that he had gained a lot. When normal masters taught their disciples, they might hide their trump cards or trump cards. As the saying goes, the master will starve to death after teaching his disciple. Mo Yao's will had now become Fang Yuan's master, it was teaching him everything without holding back. Fang Yuan gained a lot, he learned all sorts of unfamiliar goo refinement methods from Mo Yao's fake will while revising his own knowledge. He intended to display his prowess in the refinement path convention, using his full strength to obtain the highest ranking. Because this concerned the infallible inheritance. According to the current situation, Fang Yuan estimated that he would be safe during the refinement path convention. But as time passed, it would be hard to say. The collapse of 88 Truyong building was too huge a matter, Fang Yuan was alone, he could at most delay for as long as possible. It was impossible to conceal the truth while Northern Plains and Central Continent were investigating with all their strength. If not long from now, the 5 regions' Great War would arrive, the 5 regions would not be able to fend for themselves. Fang Yuan might be able to take advantage of the situation. But unfortunately, the 5 regions' Great War was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent was under the control of the 10 great ancient sections. There were no changes. After the battle between Old Ancestor Xuehu, Yao Huang, and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains situation had stabilized. One day, the secret of me toppling the Truyong building will be discovered. At that time, Central Continent and Northern Plains will put me on the wanted list, and the other 3 regions will also go around searching for me because of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no longer a paradise, it would probably be attacked immediately. Therefore, during this period of time when the truth might not be discovered. This is my final period of vigorous development. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. Once the truth was exposed, Fang Yuan would have to start a life of fleeing. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible and seize all opportunities. Even if there wasn't an opportunity, he had to create one. Right now, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was a huge fortuitous encounter. This was only the second round of the Gu refinement competition. In the middle and later stages, the reward for each round would be Immortal Yuan Stone, Immortal Materials, Immortal Gu Recipes, and Immortal Killer Moves. If it was the final competition, if one's ranking was very high, they would be qualified to receive the undefeated inheritance. Therefore, even if he wanted to attract attention, he had to be a little more high profile. Fang Yuan could not care less. Furthermore, the news of his duel with Feng Kim Hong had already spread. Almost all the higher-ups of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had heard of it. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to be low-key, he could not. One day, under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration. He actually used the Strength Path Immortal Gu as the core and successfully modified vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan participated in the 6th round of the competition and won first place again. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a while before using fixed immortal travel to Western Desert. Western Desert, how to cross the hill. Intense winds blew, yellow sand filled the sky. Shao tribe's Gu masters formed into battle formations, fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants, their bodies were covered in a layer of shiny shells, they were proficient in moving on the surface of the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand, their mouths were ferocious as they pounced at Shao tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan observed from a bird's eye view. He estimated that there were over 30,000 hidden sand spiders. But Shao tribe was one of the super forces of Western Desert, their Gu masters had high battle attainment, they also had the experience of dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, in this battle, the humans had the upper hand. Fang Yuan only took a glance before looking at the area behind the hidden sand spiders. It was a huge sand dune. In the sand dune, there was a tornado, the sky was dark, and countless beast roars could be heard. Shao clan's Gu immortals were naturally interested. Shao Huqi immediately asked, "Sir, how many regretful spiders do you have, and how would you like to trade?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving a number. Shao Huqi's eyes shone with joy for a moment. Fang Yuan continued, "I can provide you with this many spider mortal Gu every month." Shao Huqi was overjoyed. As for how to trade, Fang Yuan pondered, "Isn't your 10,000 li silk corridor the best method? Give me a nearby node token. On the 30th of every month, I will come to the node punctually to put in the goods and collect the payment." "Then sir, how much are you selling your goods?" Shao Rang interrupted. "No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand, "Everyone, let's look at the quality of the goods first before discussing the price." Fang Yuan's sample made Shao clan's Gu immortals very satisfied. These regretful spiders came from a northern plains super force, Dong Fang tribe. It would be strange if Shao clan's Gu immortals were not satisfied. Fang Yuan immediately quoted a price. After some haggling, both sides set the price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Shao Huqi paid for the goods on behalf of the clan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted and obtained a node token. After the transaction, he did not stay any longer, he turned around and left. Shao Huqi's group returned to Shao clan's headquarters and immediately reported this matter to Shao clan's first Supreme Elder. After learning of this, First Supreme Elder nodded, "Little Hu did well this time, we will double the contribution for this mission." Shao Huqi said solemnly, "But Lord, this person appeared too suddenly. He is a rank 6 immortal zombie but has rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know his origin?" First Supreme Elder smiled nonchalantly, Western Desert is huge, there are naturally many secluded Gu immortals, I do not know all of them. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence, it is not strange that they were forced to appear. Since this person is sincere in doing business, let's continue our cooperation. My clan will always have a need for mortal spider Gu. If the cooperation goes well, we can give him the Shao clan transaction token. Lord, are we not going to investigate him? First Supreme Elder thought about it and said, I know what you mean, since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he definitely has other blessed lands. We can investigate him a little, we cannot treat him like an ordinary immortal zombie. The urgent matter now is to compete with Dong clan and occupy the northwest market. We need to set up the 10,000 li silk corridor as soon as possible. I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder. Xiao Huqi saw that First Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed and immediately understood, he bowed respectfully and left silently. A few days later. Central Continent, Floating Flower River, Listening Wave Pavilion. As a large-scale force, Listening Wave Pavilion was a semi-secluded sect, but right now, it was crowded like a marketplace. This was one of the locations of the Refinement Path Convention's 7th round. At this time, another round of competition had just ended. Everyone was discussing and exclaiming, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a black robe and a mask, he was still in the same appearance as before, he walked down the stage silently. Many people's gazes followed him as he moved. The other group of people stared at the ranking on the wall with shock in their eyes. Right now, the first place was engraved with Fang Yuan's name. Demonic Path Gu Cultivator Fang Yuan obtained first place for the 7th time in a row. Amazing, too amazing, this is the performance of at least a master-level Gu master. With his strength, he has a high chance of passing the most famous nightmare of the Refinement Path Convention, the 8th round. When can I have such strength? In the crowd, Hong Yi looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure as he felt a sense of yearning. For some reason, others disliked Fang Yuan's demonic cultivation style, but as a righteous path disciple of Universal Life Academy, Hong Yi did not dislike Fang Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Although Hong Yi's luck was good and he had huge potential, he was too lacking in ability, he was eliminated in the 2nd round. Do you think Fang Yuan can fight his way into the finals like this? Young man, you are already looking forward to the finals? He, it's too early. But sometimes, there were too many geniuses, there were 7 or 8 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10, then there were few quasi-grandmasters who could enter the top 10. In this convention of Fang Yuan's, the quality was neither high nor low, there were about 5 Refinement Path Grandmasters. My greatest skill is still Blood Path Gu refinement methods. But now, I do not have many Blood Path Gu worms, if I use those Blood Path refinement methods, it will give Crane Gate an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. If I want to enter the top 6, I need to use my methods. Fang Yuan thought as he made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent. Anzu Earth Trench, Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force, it had 3 Gu immortals in the upper echelon. Its sphere of influence stretched for millions of li, covering dozens of large forces, hundreds of mid-sized forces, tens of thousands of small forces, as well as countless ant-like Gu master families. As one of the locations of the 8th round, Demon Expelling Sect's headquarters had the qualifications to do so. Tens of thousands of Gu masters swarmed in on this day, to watch the exciting Gu refinement showdown. Of course, the true competition venue had limited space, it could only hold over 1,000 people. These 1,000 over people were naturally not ordinary Gu masters. But in the several large squares that could accommodate ordinary spectators, demon-expelling sect had already made appropriate arrangements. Once the 8th round starts, there would be a video in the air, displaying it at the same time. Chapter 849. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Fang Yuan set his sights on the Bone Refinement Convention, only a dozen years had passed since the previous Refinement Path Convention. In order to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan had started preparing more than 80 years in advance. Every day, he would take some time out to practice, day and night. During this practice process, Fang Yuan brought out the spirit of a youth taking the college entrance exam in his previous life on Earth, facing a mountain of questions and a sea of questions. He would collect all the questions of the previous conventions, and while practicing bitterly, he would try to figure out the intention of the question setter. He easily obtained all the questions. There were people in Central Continent who specialized in selling this information, and this kind of goods had always been selling well. It could be seen that smart people were everywhere. Thinking back to those dark days where he trained bitterly, it was truly unbearable. But speaking of which, Fang Yuan's true refinement path foundation was also during that period of time. Without that period of time, he would not have his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment. Thus, Fang Yuan not only remembered the contents of this convention, he also remembered the previous conventions, and even remembered the future conventions. With such a huge advantage, so what if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief? Of course, this method had a flaw. That was the butterfly effect. Fang Yuan's rebirth had changed the original trajectory of many things. Igniting a tree might cause the whole forest to burn. A skilled swimmer would drown, a skilled rider would fall. Would the advantage Fang Yuan was relying on become his own failure because of the changes in this life's questions? This was entirely possible. But it was only a possibility. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a risk. He won the bet. The contents of the questions did not change. Time passed at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The intense Gu refinement scene. The situation gradually became clear. Fang Yuan took the lead, ahead of Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was in second place. His whole body was emitting a confident aura as he methodically refined Gu, maintaining a huge lead from beginning to end, causing the competitors who were desperately chasing after him to feel despair. The Gu masters outside the arena gradually saw some clues. They could not help but praise, Fang Yuan is actually so quick-witted. He did not think much and actually designed this Gu refinement plan. Amazing, his plan not only ensured the speed of the Gu refinement and reduced the number of steps, it also allowed for more mistakes. Even if we fail a few times, he can try again with the extra materials. Of course. Fang Yuan's plan was the most outstanding Gu refinement plan that countless refinement path Gu masters came up with after this refinement path convention in his previous life. They tried it out and finally came up with it. Even more people sighed at Fang Yuan's Gu refinement method. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement method. It stood out too much. Such a number was like an innate ability. This was definitely something that needed to be tempered 1,000 times. This time, when refining the silence Gu, it involved many methods that were rarely used, but he was actually able to do it so easily. It's even more difficult to imagine those common methods. That was only natural. Fang Yuan had prepared for this 8th match for a long time. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were specially trained to refine silence Gu. The whole process was repeated over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most importantly, he is emitting an aura of confidence from inside out. According to the research of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, this infallible blessed land belonged to the Hairy Man leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the Hairy Man leader's former residence. After this Hairy Man leader died, he left behind an inheritance. Collect the failures of others and refine them into failure mortal Gu. After accumulating enough mortal Gu, one could condense success Dao marks. After the Celestial Court found out, they took down most of the inheritance and used it as a foundation to activate the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, helping the infallible inheritance accumulate failure mortal Gu. They then used the extracted success Dao marks to repair fate immortal Gu. They felt some regret, an outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash. It could only be encountered and not sought, it was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would be able to advance and retreat freely, it could even save their lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Gu Immortals obtained it, they could not use it, unless they betrayed the Righteous Path. Entering the demonic path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed the sect and entered the demonic path, other than some conflict with the sect. It was mainly because he could not resist the temptation of blood path. With the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects joining in, Song Zixing's situation became even worse. The encirclement continued to shrink. With everyone working together, no matter how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was, it had its limits. In the end, he was slowly surrounded. Demons should be killed by everyone, die. Kill Song Zixing. Finally, Song Zixing was trapped in the center. Many lone cultivator Gu Immortals attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close, they attacked from afar. Song Zixing did not attack, they were wary of him. These lone cultivator Gu Immortals were not idiots, they knew why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But even if they were cannon fodder, they would accept it. The reason was that they had deep hatred toward Song Zixing, it was either he or they die. Gu Immortals were also humans, they were afraid of death. If not for Song Zixing forcing them too much, causing them to live in fear all day long, they would not be like this. From this, one could see the advantage of vicious lightning fiends, lightning deities. Gu Immortals who did not fear death could be formed in batches, this was very terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity required a huge price to form. And normally, they needed a lot of wealth to maintain them. The Gu Immortals prepared for battle, their attacks landed on Song Zixing. Song Zixing tried to dodge, but the space was limited, he was hit. In an instant, he exploded, blood splattered. No! This is not Song Zixing's true body. Seeing this, the Immortals were dumbfounded, they soon realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him. Calm down, this is the Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden, he cannot escape. Search carefully. The Gu Immortals were all experienced people, they quickly calmed down. If Song Zixing wanted to sneak attack, he could not find a chance. The Immortals used their methods to search quickly, but they could not find anything. When their gazes gradually focused on Blood 2 Su, someone realized, oh no. Song Zixing did not come out, his true body is still inside his battlefield killer move. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao are in danger. Illusion Garden was only controlled by 2 Gu Immortals, they could not defend against the explosion. Song Zixing managed to struggle out of the desperate situation. The Immortals naturally stopped attacking, they gritted their teeth and chased after him. A battle of pursuit was happening in Truyang mountain range. The pursuers were huge, there were 17 Gu Immortals, there was 1 myriad dragon Doc Gu Immortal who stayed behind to look after vicious lightning fiend. But at this point, the battle had already gone out of the control of the righteous path Gu Immortals, they had fallen into Song Zixing's specialty. As a demonic cultivator, Song Zixing was most proficient in escaping. I cannot go out directly, this Truyang mountain range is the best place to hide. I lost the violent blood dragon bat, after I escape, I will definitely settle this score with you. Song Zixing's expression was distorted, his heart was bleeding due to the huge losses. He swore in his heart, the blood rainbow suddenly turned and landed on the mountain range. There were countless fierce beasts living in Truyang mountain range. In the battle of pursuit, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were startled, they caused a huge disturbance to the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was very clear, the more chaotic the situation was, the more chances he would have to sneak away and escape. 3 days later, late at night. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, a dim blood light flew out of Truyang mountain range while sticking close to the ground. Clang! Suddenly, there was the sound of metal colliding, a golden bell phantom descended and covered the blood light. A Gu Immortal appeared, he was injured, he shouted, Song Zixing, where are you going?" The moment he said that, Song Zixing disappeared from the golden bell, a palm and a small forearm appeared. "Oh no, this is also fake. My true body is over there." The Gu Immortal's expression changed, he quickly turned around and flew far away. A long while later, a figure quietly approached from afar. It was Fang Yuan. He was wearing a mask and his body was covered in smoke. He carefully walked towards the golden bell phantom. Chapter 858. After obtaining the severed arm, Fang Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he did not rest, he started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine this severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel immortal Gu to go to Earth Abyss. "Star form land spirit, I have brought Song Zixing's head." In the dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him, it shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door, on it were the words, "Star form blessed land." Fang Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors. Because with doors, they could interact. With interactions, they could absorb heaven and earth chi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special, because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Fang Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. "It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head?" A voice came from the door. Star form land spirit did not appear, he was on guard. Fang Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. Facts speak louder than words. The door opened slightly again, an attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. "It really is Song Zixing's head." The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam! The door opened completely, a path made of starlight spread out in front of Fang Yuan. Star form land spirit was at the door. It said to Fang Yuan with utmost sincerity, "Star form land spirit welcomes master." Fang Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path. Stepping into star form blessed land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Fang Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of star form blessed land. The whole of star form blessed land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl, and the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle, like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how Hu Immortal Blessed Land only had day and no night. Star form Blessed Land only had night, there was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim, it could be seen that stellar form land spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no Gu immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a Gu immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, before landing on stellar form land spirit. Bring me around the blessed land. Fang Yuan ordered.